Do you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal. Immediately, if not sooner.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, Dad!
What?
Don't be creepy.
How rude.
So hot right now.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch. Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
The cow.
It's a great day. For being Santa.
That's hot.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's science.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. I don't want reality. Remember the Second Amendment?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
Consequences.
China? I have to have my China.
Right now. Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I'm staying in the race.
I cannot believe how people come for you already.
Phrasing. Winter is coming.
Precision of language, please.
Free Luigi! Come on! I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Don't even play.
I got boxes full of Pepe! Are you not entertained?
Well, there we are. Oh my god, the mouth isn't moving. What have I done? Well,
pretend it is, because I'm not switching it right now. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far, but we have a lot to talk about on this here Sunday Funday, so we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, Space fans. It's time for us to take a little bit of a trip. What the fuck is happening right now? I see. 'Cause I'm dumb. That makes sense. All checks out. Alright, well, good to see you folks. Happy Sunday Funday. Mozzie, PB, and Aaron W123 in the YouTube chat. Disco Wolf, a close fourth. Donald James X. Who else is here? Jerry McLean. The Anti-Corporatist. Bob. Carmody. Bad Lefty. Daredevil. Morbius Dragon. Becat. Moen Noen. So many names, so little time. Anybody else? I think I got you all. If I didn't, I apologize, but we really gotta get to it. And I'm also been relegated. God damn. Top chat.
I'm being repressed. Illegal.
There we go. Alright, live chat. Everything checks out. Let us move forward. Of course, it is the holiday season. You may be flipping your advent calendars, and a certain group of people certainly know what time it is in New York City. See what's going on there. The annual SantaCon bar crawl.
Talk about a cold day for everyone hitting the streets for SantaCon. The annual celebration returned to Manhattan today. The bar crawl kicked off at a Santa-filled event at West 39th Street and Broadway.
It's a great experience. We see it getting bigger and bigger every single year. It's unbelievable. It's just
I'm sorry,
lot of fun.
but
we have had such a great time.
The Grinch with the wig back here on stilts in a Santa costume, truly amazing. I didn't even see this when I first watched this. That is hilarious.
It's just a lot of fun. We have had such a great time every year.
The Long Island Railroad and Metro North both banning any alcohol consumption on trains until tomorrow morning.
What happened to the Christmas spirit? Uh-oh, lag already? Why are we lagging? I see what you're talking about. I see it. I hear it. Please hold. What is going on? What do I have opened? Is it me or is it the stream? That's the question. Yes, no, I see. I see what you're all talking about. I can see it. I can feel it. I both see and hear you, okay? Way worse than Fergie-licious? Oh, no. Oh, that's very sad. Wow. Hurtful. Is it better yet? Hold on. It's not better yet, is it? It's still fully blocked. Like, oh my god. What in the hell is going on here? Why does it just randomly decide to do this? So we've been really doing pretty damn good on the lag lately. Like, very few laggy streams. And yet here we are, being repressed once again. Please hold. was it, but okay, I'll take it. All right, here we are. Let's try again. Did we even get that story in fully? Or do we need to rewatch? I feel like we need to rewatch. We need to just pretend. We gotta start this all over. I don't like those vibes. Take 2.
I made a huge
Talk about a cold day. Talk about a cold day for everyone hitting the streets for SantaCon. The annual celebration returned to Manhattan today. The bar crawl kicked off at a
the wig game on this
Santa-filled event at
this
West
parade is
39th
wild.
Street and Broadway.
It's a great experience. We see it getting bigger and bigger every single year. It's unbelievable. It's just a lot of fun.
We have had such a great time every year.
The Long Island Railroad and Metro North both banning any alcohol consumption on trains until tomorrow morning.
Whatever will Santas do? Alright. I just wanted to start us off with something cheery. Because we're about to get into some stuff that is just so not cheery. I am so sorry, people. I know it's Sunday Funday, but we have to. We have to. We still have to talk about stuff that we talk about here. So we started you off with something. We're now going to go to a new segment I call "Wasn't That Important?" And you might be asking yourself, well, what do you mean by that? What does "wasn't that important" mean? Well, I mean, wasn't that important in comparison to some recent stuff which we've all seen in the news and are about to talk about. Let's go here to Philadelphia from 23 hours ago. Actually, wait. Yes, Philadelphia. Yeah, okay, right.
Police tell me that the victim was targeted and shot and killed while sitting in that car down 32nd Street. Meanwhile, as that gunfire erupted, they say an innocent bystander was walking out of a house and shot in the leg.
I just heard a whole bunch of shots. It sounded like boom, 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 boom. Whole bunch of them. I don't know how many, but a bunch.
Gunshots fired in his Mangione neighborhood in Philadelphia Saturday night around 6:40. Police say a man in his 20s or 30s was shot and killed while sitting in his parked car along the 600 block of North 32nd Street.
We do not know who he is. There was no identification found, and the vehicle itself has a temporary tag that is unregistered.
Police believe the victim was targeted but don't know why. Investigators say 3 male shooters got out of a white SUV, one with a rifle, the other 2 possibly with handguns. About 30 shell casings were found on scene. Police say an innocent bystander was shot in the leg and is in stable condition.
The 39-year-old male, when he was shot just coming out of his home, we do not believe that he was an intended target. He was an unintended target. Just happened to be the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, you know these streets are bad out here. It just don't make no sense. Too many guns. Too many guns.
Police tell me that the suspects had their faces almost entirely covered, but no arrests have been made, no weapons have been found, and a motive behind the shooting has not been determined yet.
We'll see if it warrants a follow-up. I haven't seen any other videos about this shooting, so it wasn't that important. That was from, what was that? Yes, 23 hours ago. Let's go to 13 hours ago. Man shot on NYC bus in Brooklyn. No arrests.
Also breaking this morning, police are investigating an overnight shooting on a city bus in Brooklyn. We're told it happened just before 1:30 in the Brownsville section. Police say the bus was traveling west on Rockaway Avenue when shots were fired. A 25-year-old passenger was hit in the neck. He was taken to the hospital in stable condition. There have been no arrests.
20-second video, not that important. Sorry, dude, who got shot. You're not a CEO. You know, you will be. I've come to the conclusion of recently that it's better to be a CEO if you get shot or murdered or attacked, or if anything happens to you. It's gonna be more important to the powers that be. If you're just a regular person getting shot at, well, it gets about 20 seconds in the local media, and then it's forgotten. So sorry. On a bus, so probably not a CEO. Yeah, that's a given. Oh, God.
Free Luigi!
All right. You know what? I feel like this deserves a third one, but we're not going to do it. We're going to go to this now. Actually, wait. Do we? No, you know what? No, just a segue. Just a segue. Just as a goddamn segue. We're doing this. I don't care. I don't fucking care. We're doing it.
Very moment.
News Nation.
Recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today.
Luigi's conditions suck! Free Luigi!
So good. Okay, all right. Now let's go and talk about healthcare more broadly. Famous filmmaker recently uploaded this video, and completely free. I don't know if that means we're gonna get. I don't know if we're gonna get in trouble for watching this right now, but we're gonna try. You know why? Because it's Sunday Funday. Is it fun? Is this actual thing fun? No, but we do weird shit on Sunday Funday, right? Is this actually a real tough documentary? This is a rough watch. We're not gonna get through the whole thing. There's literally no way. I have no idea what's going to happen copyright-wise, but let's try to watch Michael Moore's documentary from 17 years ago. Sicko. This is ridiculous.
For 12,000.
This is such a hard watch. I told you, okay? But like, consider that. I don't know if any of you have ever been faced with a decision like this on a medical basis, but wow. And the fact is, I think more people have than we're led to believe oftentimes. Many of us have fucking dealt with this kind of ridiculousness. But having to make... This is a perverse choice to be forced to make. Wow. You do not think of, a newspaper editor and a union machinist... as especially of their generation, the fact that these kind of people are being left behind, who were promised all of this stuff, now they're forced to move in with their own children because they were made impoverished by the very system that told them, we got your back. Oh, yeah, no, it angers me as well. It is a very, like I said, this is a very tough film to watch. It really is. It is because of, honestly, how much of a spotlight Michael Moore managed to put on this particular issue. It's truly, it's a very well done film. It really does make you consider the human cost of all of this. It makes you face it and look at this and how it's literally, oh my God. I can't imagine being these two right now, being having to have this conversation with their 20-something-year-old son. Yes, that's a great movie. That's a great movie. Why can't I think of the name of that movie right now? Oh my God, it's right there in my brain. This is why things like vaccine skepticism and stuff that's actually helping society, get a bad rap because of the broad repression that is going on inside the healthcare industry. People aren't able to even, separate. Jesus.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, I guess that's what you should have done, right? What the fuck are we talking about?
Sir,
having 2 years is experimental. Wow.
I don't want reality.
I gotta say,
before he knew it,
this guy's creativity deserves one of these. It truly does. His stick-to-itiveness and concern for his daughter here really deserves a round of applause. Never should have even never should this have ever had to come to this, but
Oh boy, am I glad he decided to do it, because what comes next is wildly, I mean, it's just incredibly revealing. It's weird. It's like suddenly Cigna thought experiments were good. Oh my god, stream unavailable. We just got a copy. I had a feeling this would happen. This is unfortunate. But like I said, had a feeling. I called it. Please hold. Finally. The fact is I noticed immediately what was going on. But it must have taken like 30, 45 seconds, maybe a minute for it to actually fix itself there. Okay, I guess that means that's all we're gonna get of that movie, unfortunately, but I think it did illustrate quite a lot, at least in that time. There was some more I would have loved for us to be able to see. God, it does suck. This is a really, really good documentary, so honestly, I would recommend that in your spare time you watch it. Alright. It's a bummer, but at least we got a piece. At least we got a piece of it. We got to enjoy it and, or at least learn some stuff there, hopefully. Okay. This was my sort of segue out of this. Here's a billboard that appeared in Colton. I can't remember. Was it New Jersey? Colton? I can't remember. It might be Pennsylvania. I'll be honest, I cannot remember where this specifically, what state this is, but it's in a town called Colton. I'm pretty sure it's on the East Coast. I know that much. Oh, actually, I take it back. I could have sworn it was on the East Coast, but the only Colton that's coming up is in California. So I guess I'm a dummy.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's all over the country.
Prosecutors in New York have started presenting evidence to a grand jury in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. But the suspect, Luigi Mangione, is still in jail in Pennsylvania fighting extradition. We already know what some of the evidence is: fingerprints and shell casings that investigators say
There's a Colton in New York.
Found in Mangione's possession. Meanwhile, more controversy over apparent support for Mangione, including tens of thousands of dollars in crowdfunding donations for his defense, and a Free Luigi sign that has gone up here in the IE.
Okay, there you go.
And this little baby
could
very well be part
God
of
damn
the
it,
next
stop
generation
ruining.
of first responder.
My God, please hold. Please hold. You're ruining everything. Okay? Don't appreciate that. So what happens when I'm multitasking? I'm trying to look up places while also doing my job. But it could be in honestly, I don't think they said the state just now. But there we are. But you know what? You can always do things to prepare yourselves for the future, okay? And while, while we fight against healthcare companies and the system that's currently oppressing us, there are things you can do, and it's never too soon or too late to start. So let's watch this story here to remind us of that.
And this little baby could very well be part of the next generation of first responder. The little one who can't even walk yet has this CPR technique down pat. Pumping the chest, checking for breathing, and providing
It's so good.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. That is so good. All right.
Let's go, baby.
Let's see here. All right, moving on. I got to stop my giggles.
She's doing a really great job. And, one thing to always remember, as somebody who once passed a CPR class, is to try and go to the rhythm of the Bee Gees, Staying Alive. So if you need a reference for the BPM on those chest compressions, go YouTube that, and that'll really help out. Just take a an earbud in there, and you'll be all set to save a life. Now, technically, there's other ways to save lives. Other ways that you can prepare yourselves for the situations. So I'd like you to take a moment, take a deep breath in, and consider perhaps this. Masoyama, the God Hand. Inspired by Masoyama, they train aiming for the top. Each punch is filled with ki. Roars engulf the mountains. Oyama's intensive training means one ordeal after another. But these elite students humbly endure Oyama's instructions. It is all part of the journey of the Kyokushin Way. No, your feet are wrong. You haven't practiced. Switch your feet first. You're wrong. No. Go like this. Understand? You've got to aim the jaw. Okay? Or else, hit here. Louder. Masta. I can't hear you. Kurosawa. Higher. You must jump. Higher. Count slower. Louder. You're not fighting a god. If you're in pain, so is he. It's important to have Senpai's strong spirit. Don't show pain, even with a broken bone. If you show pain, the enemy will see it. Sit closely to him from the start, okay? You need to fight like a demon. Higher. Kick higher. To the back, yes, turn. And another kick, as you turn. It's difficult, but I want that kick. Ultimately, it comes down to stamina, understand? This is a battle of stamina. You may face as many as 3 extensions. You need stamina. Don't forget that. Now, I know that oftentimes people in these sorts of things are sort of associated with shitty beliefs, ideologies, your Andrew Tates, if you will. But, hold on one second. I always tell my young students, do not be flattered by power. Do not give in to violence. Do not be a slave to money. That's what it means to be a man's man. We must be real men, especially because we are warriors on the Budo path. We must be firm with ourselves, but kind to others. To reach this far, I had my ups and downs. People used to say, Kyokushin karate is not karate. It's a street fight. That's it. Inappropriate and unconventional. It's all strength and no skill. It's destructive and not real karate. So much criticism. However, even those who were critical are now following my path. There you go. Don't give in to violence. Don't give in to power and money. And be firm with yourself, but kind to others. Now, let's talk about a situation where we could have used some real men, some people who were averse to violence, who were kind to others.
We are back, and we are joined now by Katie Way, writer and editor at Hellgate, who covers issues here in New York City, including Katie was just at the closing arguments in the Daniel Penny trial for killing Jordan Neely. Katie, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
So, as I just mentioned, you were present at the closing arguments. Obviously, we do know that he was not convicted, Daniel Penny. He just recorded an interview with Jeanine Pirro for Fox News that I'm sure will enrage us all, but he's off, and no justice really for Jordan Neely. But what did you observe when you were in the courtroom, some of those closing arguments, and how those arguments were made?
Sure, yeah. So the closing arguments, that's effectively just going over, both on the prosecution and the defense side, the evidence that they sort of most want the jury to consider. You know, the trial went on over the course of a month or so. So that's a ton of witnesses, a ton of evidence, both like medical evidence. There's testimony from Daniel Penny's instructor in the Marine Corps and martial arts. There are people talking about the kind of person Daniel Penny is. So, it's a lot to consider. And this was the moment for the prosecution and defense to bring their respective arguments home. And so what we saw from the prosecution was a lot of medical evidence, specifically pointing to death by, as the ME ruled, asphyxiation chokehold. So that's stuff like blood clotting in autopsy photos of blood clots underneath Jordan Neely's eyelids and in the musculature of his neck. Stills from videos that people took of the two of them on the ground, where you can see
there were so many
changing in
opportunities for him
Jordan
to
Neely's
stop what
face,
he was doing.
really
I've seen the
graphic,
videos.
Stuff like that. And then
At least the
the
ones that
other thing
exist
that the
on the
prosecution
internet.
really highlighted was Penny's behavior, both in the immediate aftermath of their altercation and in a interview with the police, where he did not know that Jordan Neely was dead, but he also did not ask how Jordan Neely was. This man, he just spent 6 minutes choking on the floor of the F train. He did not express any remorse for what he had to do. He called Jordan Neely a crackhead multiple times, I think 5 different times during the interview. So that was what the prosecution kind of put in front of the jury. And then on the defense side of the equation, there were arguments that it was not actually a chokehold, that's not what killed Jordan Neely at all, that it was a combination of sickle cell trait that's present in 8 to 10% of the African American population, psychosis, caused by schizophrenia, and drug use, K2. And that is, I did another interview yesterday, and
What did the jury see that we didn't? I don't know. And that's, it's a good question because there's a lot out there already. So it is hard to say what was subpoenaed that wasn't online, right? But I don't know what it could be that would have been not exculpatory. What's the word? I'm not a lawyer. Exonerating.
The cops have used similar reasoning, specifically with that sickle cell trait, saying that
yes,
blaming his race, blaming his addiction. It's like a classist, racist, all this stuff is mixed up in it. The police let this guy just walk. I mean, it's insane what happened here, and we keep talking about it at the same time that we're talking about Luigi Mangione, because a while back I made the, and I think a lot of other people also made the pretty clear connection between these two cases and the incredible dichotomy between the two of them, sort of paradoxical nature of the way it's being handled, sort of hypocrisy of it all.
This person who, died in our custody, just a crazy coincidence,
Which we all know that, there's been some research into sickle cell, and it's not entirely clear, but it's not based on the color of one's skin, most likely. It's likely based on proximity to countries that may have had malaria, which could have contributed to it. But usually, as you're saying, it's used in a racialized way. And when it comes to the other defenses that you mentioned, I'm reminded of how those were unsuccessful in the trial of the killer of George Floyd, was the fact that he had used drugs or the fact that he was in poor health. In both of those instances, it's on video, the person's neck being constrained. So I'm confused as to why there were different outcomes here, even though obviously Penny is not a police officer. It doesn't necessarily matter if the person is in poor health or is more susceptible to dying because of pressure on their neck. In my view, obviously, at issue is the pressure on the neck.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think, in order to discount, like you said, video, and this is video that even in only my 2 days in court, we watched numerous times. We watched Jordan Neely die over and over just in those 2 days in that courtroom. So I can only imagine how many times the jury saw it. I think that actually was probably the most, I have no insider information about this, but effective part of the defense's argument, which is that, you know, it's very important in order to find Daniel Penny not innocent of a crime that you don't identify with Jordan Neely, that you identify with Daniel Penny, that you agree with the idea that Daniel Penny is a hero, and that you identify with the people who were on the train at the same time as both of them, who did, you know, testify in court that they were scared that Jordan Neely was making threats and that they were.
I mean, we've been tuning into all the right-wing outlets talking about, not all of them, I mean, we don't have time for that shit, but we've tuned into a bunch of them. They all have the same sort of take on this. I mean, Ben Shapiro was thanking God for the acquittal of Daniel Penny. Peter Thiel said that he was a crime stopper, not a vigilante. I don't know what the difference between a crime stopper and a vigilante is if you don't have a police badge. I'm not even sure Peter Thiel could make a distinction between the two, but, you know, he sees him as they all see him as a hero. But we've also seen the sort of blatant, like, lack of, it's not really, I don't know if it's really introspection or just willingness to just draw any sort of clear parallels there. You know, all of the pundits we heard talk about Luigi Mangione have been, you know, saying that it was a horrifying situation, a man who took a situation into his hands that he didn't have any sort of justification in doing. He's beyond a vigilante. All these sorts of things getting tossed around about him, but they just don't see any parallels there at all. It's strange,
you know, hurt
because
someone. That's
you know, while and I made you know, I was earlier. I talked about it. I was like, you know, how there's incredibly clear parallels here, but in fact, if you really want to be playing that sort of devil's advocate game and drawing these sort of distinctions and things like that, I mean, the fact is United Healthcare is affecting way more people than Jordan Neely was on that subway that day. You know, there was, I don't know, 8 or 9 people on that subway, but UHC is dealing with the healthcare of how many million of tens of millions of Americans? I don't even know. They might even be at 100. I have to look it up. How many people under UHC? 30 million.
That, like you mentioned, Daniel Penny reiterated in the, you know, clip of the Fox News interview that's going around today, that he wouldn't have been able to live with himself if Jordan Neely had hurt someone on the train. And, you know, it's like, well, you did. You know,
I'm so glad no one got hurt that day. No
I know.
one.
See, exactly.
Yeah. It's crazy because you just see the dehumanization in real time. Because you know who was hurt that day? In fact, hurt in a fatal manner? The person who died, Jordan Neely. And you mentioned it briefly. It's in your piece in Hellgate, which I'd really encourage people to read, where you spoke. The defense seemed to be explicit about the politicization of what the defense was explicit in their claims that this prosecution was political in many ways, or you talked about how they verged into kind of like conspiracism about some of the evidence here. Can you give the audience some examples of what you heard from the defense on that front?
Yes. So, oh my God, again, there's, I forgot about that as well. Yes. So the defense tried to argue, I don't even know if I can say tried because it works. They got what they wanted. But the defense argued that witnesses who arrived at the scene after the train had already stopped and cleared off, that they, you know, one man, Eric Gonzalez, who had been holding Jordan Neely's arms, testified that he asked Daniel Penny to let go of his chokehold on Jordan Neely's neck, and that he had it under control. And another man tried to, I think, give Jordan Neely water, but said he was too intimidated by Daniel Penny. And the defense tried to claim that those witnesses were so intimidated by the political pressure exerted by protesters who wanted justice for Jordan Neely that they changed their testimony. They were so scared.
What evidence did they have that they changed their testimony?
Well, one Eric Gonzalez actually did lie to the cops initially. He was in hiding.
That was the guy.
Yes,
right.
Yes. So, you know, there's that. But on the other hand, I think a lot can be said about protesting in favor of justice for Jordan Neely. I can't, it just does not really gel with reality that is like such a potent political force in the city that you would lie in court in such a high profile case. I think that is a ridiculous argument.
Yeah, it's really weird.
And the defense also argued that the medical examiners was pressured by her boss to put the cause of death as asphyxiation (chokehold), and that the boss had some kind of like political aspirations. I don't know. It felt very like tossed together and incoherent. But again, I don't. Not only am I not a lawyer, but it worked. Right? Exactly. So.
And I'm not sure you're at liberty to say this legally, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like, did the makeup of the jury, was that public in terms of like racial or racial identity or age or anything like that? Was there anything that was made clear about that?
Well, I know, it's Manhattan residents, 12 Manhattan residents. I don't, want to talk about individual jurors or anything like that. But I mean, what I will say is that they hired, Daniel Penny's defense team hired the same jury consultant that Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team did. So, I mean, I think.
Yeah. I noticed somebody in the chat mentioned something about their concerns about the jury. And, I mean, there you go. They hired the same fucking jury consultant that Kyle Rittenhouse did. That dude got off for a murder done on camera, basically just followed the same playbook. Fucking hell. What a great system we have. And you know what's making me extra sad about the system right now? Is that we didn't get to watch all the Sicko documentary together. And we weren't going to watch all of it, but I had like some pieces of it I wanted to watch, but I don't want to keep getting copyright struck. It's making me sad. I mean, the fact is the documentary would have made me sad too, but in a different way. I would have also been more informed. We all would have been more informed together as a group. Would have made me feel better inside. Alright, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Let's go here. CBS Evening News from 3 hours ago. Let's talk about some of Trump's picks here. In the last push for these nominations to do their sort of schmoozing on the Hill.
This is the last work week for lawmakers in Congress and an important one for some of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks. CBS's Nicole Killian is in West Palm Beach, Florida, tracking the transition.
Hey, good evening to you, Nancy. Congress is set to recess for the holidays later this week, so expect many of Trump's picks to be back on the Hill to shore up support before confirmation hearings get underway next year.
This week, the holiday rush is on, with more of President-elect Donald Trump's picks hitting the halls. Health and Human Services designate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. starts his first rounds Monday. The independent-turned-Trump ally has been heavily scrutinized for promoting disproven theories that vaccines cause autism.
RFK Jr. said, let's go through and have more science and study more to make sure that the safety and efficacy is there, and that's what President Trump is saying.
This week at the Army-Navy game, the president-elect hobnobbed with congressional leaders alongside many of his other controversial designees.
As well as
From Kash
Daniel
Patel
Penny.
tapped to lead the FBI to Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence and Pentagon pick Pete Hegseth.
I asked him point blank.
They didn't even mention the fact that he brought Daniel Penny. We watched it yesterday together. It was like 5 hours after that game was happened. We were watching that, and CBS just kind of glosses over the fact Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, I mean, it was actually J.D. Vance's idea, technically, He's the one who technically invited this guy. Of course, he wouldn't have been in the box without Donald Trump's permission.
Let's kill all the Muslims. He said no.
Or did they say Daniel Penny? I
Some
wasn't paying
Senate
attention.
Republicans say they're on board.
President Trump deserves his team so he can get to work.
Others, like Alaska's Lisa Murkowski, remain skeptical and have suggested they're being pressured to get in line.
Don't get on
Oh,
Santa's
no.
naughty list here.
Oh, God, I love hearing Lisa Murkowski. Oh, sort of ringing the bell on fascism right now. She's like, we are being told to get in line. Oh. Coming from a Republican that is truly rich right now. This is fascinating. I wonder who else is going to come out from the Republicans saying, this is not right. This is not right. We are being thrown into almost like a fascist dictatorship. Second ESC. I didn't even put up any. This was your rollover from yesterday because I forgot to give it to you. That was my bad. So you actually deserve 2. So what is that? Okay, so I think that who is 12 and I think that's John Wick and who is that? Can't even think of it right now. My brain is broken. Alright, we got Neo. Oh yeah, right, okay. We got George Carlin. Alright, what do we got next? Oh, we're still talking about Trump picks. This is fascinating. Reuters 2 days ago. Who could have guessed that a story like this would come out? Not me, I say. Trump team aligns with Tesla. What?
What you talking about?
In looking to end required crash reporting. That is unexpected.
President-elect Donald Trump's transition team wants to scrap a federal rule for automakers, a move that would benefit Elon Musk's Tesla. That's according to a document seen by Reuters in which Trump's team recommended doing away with a requirement to report car crashes. Removing the rule could cripple the government's ability to investigate and regulate the safety of vehicles with automated driving systems.
This is amazing. Insane. But, I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, we all know just how bad the press is for Elon with these crashes, the Cybertrucks, and the self-driving. If they don't have to report anymore, if those don't have to be reported anymore, oh my god. Wow. Suddenly there will be like an entire team of Tesla people dedicated to covering up Tesla crashes. They will be monitoring your vehicle at all times so that every time it crashes, they can show up and like, you know, sweep away all the evidence and like kill you, basically, right? Or like put you in some sort of Tesla jail. Like a, you know, for having utilized your whatever improperly.
Ability to investigate and regulate the safety of vehicles with automated driving systems. Under the program, Tesla has reported most of the crashes, more than 1,500, to federal safety regulators. The automaker has also been targeted in investigations by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, including 3 stemming from the crash disclosure data. Sources told Reuters that Tesla despises the rule as it believes NHTSA presents the data in ways that mislead consumers about the automaker's safety.
Misleading the consumers, of
Tesla
course.
CEO Elon Musk, the world's richest person, spent more than $250 million helping Trump get elected president in November and has been promised to...
All those statistics are misleading consumers, okay? Tesla's marketing team has got this covered. And they don't need a bunch of numbers confusing them when they're trying to buy a new car, okay? It's not nice.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Poor Elon. Poor Elon. He can't. Come on. He can't be expected to have to deal with this kind of stuff. He's a busy man. He's not only the richest man in the world, he's also going to be in government soon. Come on, he's going to have a very full plate.
Post in the new administration. The Trump transition team, Musk, and Tesla did not respond to requests for comment. According to the document seen by Reuters, Trump's team called the car crash reporting measure a mandate for, quote, excessive data collection.
Illegal.
Reuters could not determine what role, if any, Musk may have played in crafting the recommendations or the...
What counts as excessive when it comes to data collection? I would just like all of the data. I mean... It's very confusing when people say stuff like that. Excessive data collection on stuff where clearly knowing the actual figures is important. It's like knowing how many deaths there are from opioids every year, or heart attacks, or smoking, or any of these other things. It's better to know exact numbers, right? Like, am I the only one here?
It's science.
That's just how it works. Come on. Come the fuck on. Excessive data. Too much. I think Doge is going to also have like a sub organization. It'll be the statistical cherry picking organization. What would that be? A SCPO. That'll be an organization where all statistics must be funneled through it and then looked over by a board of all public companies. And they'll decide whether or not the statistics work, and then they'll be released to the public. It'll be much more efficient for everybody involved. A lot less processes. It'll be great. You know what's also going to be super great? This. Donald Trump's future cabinet and our government.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We end today's show looking at what some are calling Donald Trump's Me Too cabinet. From Pete Hegseth to Linda McMahon to Trump himself. A number of Trump's cabinet picks have been accused of sexual misconduct or covering up sexual abuse. Trump's early pick of former Florida Congressmember Matt Gaetz for Attorney General was shot down after at least 4 Republican senators opposed his confirmation over sexual misconduct allegations. Now Trump is pushing hard to keep the rest of his picks on track, including former Fox host Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Health and Human Services Secretary. Hegseth paid an undisclosed amount to a woman who accused him of sexual assault and has called for eliminating diversity, equity, and inclusion practices from the military. Meanwhile, RFK has been accused by his children's former babysitter of sexual abuse. Even one of the few women Trump has chosen, Linda McMahon for Education Secretary, the former executive with World Wrestling Entertainment, faces allegations that she and her husband, Vince McMahon, failed to stop a ringside announcer from sexually assaulting young boys in the 1980s and 90s. Vince McMahon has also been accused of raping a WWF referee.
For more, we're joined by Deborah Turkheimer, professor of law at Northwestern University.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I think I talked about this earlier. I don't know if any of you have chosen to do this yet or already have. But that fucking Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix at this point is something I'm recommending to people to watch, since Linda is going to be in office. She's still married to Vince after all of these years, if I understand correctly. And the details in this documentary are shocking. And these people are about to be in the government. Hey. Okay. Actually, you know what? I take it back. I think they may have recently been divorced. This year. Like, maybe... I think I'm looking at her. I'm not sure. It's just the Wikipedia page, so I'm not even sure if this is correct, but it looks like she may have just gotten divorced last month or something like that. A couple months ago.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
They're of credible. Why we doubt accusers and protect abusers. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Professor Turkheimer. There's so much to talk about here. You have a huge onslaught against the Iowa Republican Senator Ernst, who herself, as a lieutenant colonel in the Iowa National Guard, was raising serious questions about Defense Secretary nominee Hegseth, herself a sexual assault survivor. But last weekend, there was an enormous onslaught as a result of an ad campaign against her in Iowa. This after the election, but she's up in 2026, getting her to support Hegseth. Talk about the significance of what he's been charged with and go through them one by one right up to President-elect Trump.
Well, I think it's important to go back in time all the way to 2016 on the release of that Access Hollywood tape. Recall that Donald Trump was heard boasting about what he and other powerful men could do to women. Illegal. And for many women who heard that, I think it really stood in for male entitlement and the very real notion that men could get away with anything. This is, of course, in the midst of Donald Trump's facing multiple allegations of sexual abuse in the court of public opinion. In the course of researching my book, I heard repeatedly that for many women, this was really about what had been done to them as well. And I say this because I think it helps us to understand the explosion of the Me Too movement just about a year later. It's not widely understood that Donald Trump had any connection to the Me Too movement, but I think he really seeded the ground for what came about after his election.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing an uptick in a bunch of horrifying stuff. We talked about, I think it was either earlier this week or last week. It's all blending together now, but I remember us talking about how in like schools around the United States in the weeks after Donald Trump's election, there has been just a massive uptick in like misogynist rhetoric being like directed at women and young girls in school, where these things are being reported the most right now, at least. God, it's just what a bright and rosy future we have right now, don't we? All is looking so good. Now, if you missed this, I just figured we'd look at this again because we've been talking about
Several of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks are facing scrutiny.
Please hold. All right, so we're not even going to watch the one that you just heard. I'm sorry. Because we're moving on to this next video. This was from, I think this was yesterday. We don't need to watch this one. But this other one was also from yesterday. We are watching this one because I think this is important for us to think about right now. And I'm not here to say that Mark Wayne Mullen
I don't want reality.
is necessarily representative of the entire Republican Party. We just heard, who was it? Oh, God damn it. My brain just broke. Who was it? Alaska. Oh, God. Why can't I think of who the... Oh, my God. I swear. Not doing the sicko documentary is totally fucking me today. Who did we just hear talk about this? Who was complaining about how she was being asked to get into line. Oh my God. Murkowski. Just heard Murkowski complaining about all this. Supposed stuff, but like I don't know if which of them is more representative of the Republican Party. However, I figure we should take into account what it is Markwayne Mullins has to say here at this press conference from 2 days ago about all these, just this massive historic wave of nominees Donald Trump has so far
President-elect
put
Trump
forward.
has such an ambitious agenda and so much that he's asking from the U.S. Senate. I think Senator Cornyn earlier today talked about how you guys are going to have to balance that with some of these nominations that could take some time. And he's sort of asked, you know, Trump has to decide how much political capital he wants to put on some of these nominees that could be a struggle, could have really, really tough hearings. I mean, are you thinking about that? Like, some of
Right. So, and we've talked about this as to whether or not this would be a problem for Donald Trump or for senators, right? Because it's sort of a dance, right? Because Donald Trump is demanding loyalty. He's putting out some insane nominees. And to some, in my estimation, does put senators in the line of fire, since they're the ones who are going to have to be at these hearings. They're going to have to be there voting on these people. And they're not going to be the only ones there. And Democrats are going to be there to, supposedly, in theory, push back on this stuff, bring out all the worst stuff about all of these people on national television. And they're going to have to stand there and watch it, and then defend it, and then vote for it. And so, you know, there's a fine dance here, right? Because also, in a way, like this woman's sort of suggesting, to some degree, it could be seen that Donald Trump is expending his own political capital on this, because it's putting he's sort of making he's making all these senators put their neck out for him on this, technically.
these hearings could go on, the FBI investigations could go on and on and on. How much political capital do you want to spend on some of these folks?
I don't think the FBI investigation will go on very long. They're going to do the background check and report back to us. Then we can go through the process pretty quick. As far as the political capital, the only one I was concerned about the president spending political capital on was Matt Gaetz. He's no longer in the picture, right? So Pam's going to go through just fine. Cash is going to go through just fine. Tulsi, I mean, all these individuals got to come up here and earn the vote and keep the nose off the board. Pete has done a phenomenal job.
Forgot about the nose.
And taking the fight straight to the senator's office. It's not, his nomination, as he said and that we've said, it isn't decided in the media. It's decided in those one-on-one meetings that he's having. You can feel the difference between this week versus next week with Pete. Pete has done a phenomenal job on earning that vote every time he's gone into a meeting.
He is earning it so good.
That's opposed any of these nominations that are out there right now.
Well, you said that earlier. You said it's not about getting yeses right now. It's about trying to keep the nose.
Yeah, keeping the nose off the board. That's right. And it's doing
Gotta keep the nose.
What have you heard from rank and file FBI agents in terms of Mr. Patel, as opposed to, say, leadership over at the FBI? Do you see sort of a dichotomy as far as Mr. Patel is concerned, as far as those two factions are concerned?
Not really. Some of these noms out here, they're just not as known to to maybe the senators, and so that process is taking a little bit longer. You look at Mike Waltz, right? Mark Waltz is known by the people up here in the Capitol. You look at Marco Rubio, that he's known up here, and there's no issue really going on there. It's these individuals they're just not as, the senators we're not as familiar with them. I've been fortunate that most of these nominations I know these individuals well, so I feel like I've got a unique seat here. But the rest of it is just that process. We take oversight very, very serious in the Senate. If there's one thing that we actually do well, is the oversight side of it. And I think every senator is taking that responsibility, like they should, extremely serious.
Well, okay, there we go. Let's go down what it is that Mark Wallace just said real quick. So, I mean, he said that aside from Matt Gaetz, he has no problems with any of the nominees that have been put forward so far by Donald Trump. He thinks that they're going to go through smoothly and with no problems. Partly, I think, it's due to the fact that it's a Republican majority in the House and everybody wants to prove how loyal they are. And, basically that it's all about these people willing to go in and get their nose off of the board and to instead replace that board with Markwayne Mullins and other senators' butts. You know, that's what it's all about, right? You just got, it's on the one-on-one time. You got to get in there and they got to earn it. He literally said they got they got to get in there and they got to earn it. I think that's an exact quote from Mark. So there we are. So I guess it will all depend on that, but he seems very confident that Kash Patel will be in the FBI. He will be the director. I mean, Chris Wray already came out and said that he will be stepping down, the former Donald Trump nominee and current director of the FBI. He's getting in line. Let's talk about some of the other people involved in this. Here's the majority report from 4 hours ago. Lindsey Graham, visibly flustered after meeting Tulsi Gabbard.
What?
Wait, I just clicked the wrong thing. Please go back. There we go. Phew.
You headlined about Tulsi Gabbard. I just want to preface this with something from the Mike Preisner interview from a few weeks ago, but he had this section here. The biggest thing that's leveled against her is that she's a lover of dictators because she praises Putin and she met with Assad, right? And all this is interpreted by the mainstream media as she just loves dictators and authoritarians, and that's why she does this stuff. But really, when you look into it, if you look into her tweets praising Russia, it's all about Russia bombing al-Nusra and ISIS. And if you look into her meeting with Assad, it's all about, is a Christian government fighting Muslim insurgency?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
which is fascinating
and
because,
that,
I mean, that if that is true, I mean, it's a strange thing to claim. Because it's not a strictly a Christian government. I mean, technically, if you really want to get technical, one of the founders of the Ba'ath Party was an Orthodox Christian. But it's also made up of Alawite Muslims, and it's confusing. But although they are funded by Russia, which is very much a Christian, and it fits that sort of that thing. So I get it, but it's weird. It's just it's weird.
In the day,
it's incredibly
as
strange.
we talked about with Mike, her background growing up in a religious cult, they were essentially taught two things. One is that gay people are dangerous, and the other is that Muslim people are dangerous. It's what also explains her close ties with Narendra Modi, who has been repressive of the Muslim minority in India as their right-wing leader. And then you can also view her praise of Assad in the same way, because Assad was slaughtering Muslims. It's why the supposed anti-war Tulsi Gabbard doesn't say shit about Israel.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of Narendra Modi and all of this dynamic of ethnic cleansings and all these, interreligious fighting and stuff like that, I've been struggling to come up with good ways to talk about. So we've been completely ignoring the fact that there, has been a bunch of protests in India over anti-Hindu killings that have been happening in Bangladesh. But then I remember the second that I hear the problem is like we don't see the same sort of I don't see any protests of, and maybe that's because I'm not following the right media, and that could entirely be true. I don't speak Hindi. I don't. So, and there's a lot of Hindu only, not Hindu only. Sorry, I can't think of what the. Is Hindi the correct? Oh, that's not a language, is it? Hold on. Wait, my brain just broke. Hindi is a language. Okay, all right. Why? Yeah, okay. For fuck's sake. Sometimes my brain just doesn't do what I want it to. The fact is like you don't see any similar protests of all of the ethnic cleansings that have been done, and in the name of Hinduism in India, that have been actually greenlit essentially and essentially participated in by the Narendra Modi government in India. And so like I want to talk about it. It's wrong, but it's like and like whatever. I'm getting so sidetracked right now.
they're slaughtering Muslims, which is her favorite thing. So here's Lindsey, but she did at one point.
Yeah, the thing is, I kept wanting to say Sanskrit, but that's the written language, right? Am I wrong about that? And that's what I was like breaking me in my head. I was like, like, you know, oh God, I'm sorry, I'm not perfect.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
At one point, support the Iran nuclear deal because perhaps it's a good idea to have diplomatic relations with Iran to prevent them from getting a nuclear deal to cool tensions in the region, which is one of the best things that Obama did. So back when she was a Democrat, she was in favor of Obama's diplomatic efforts with Iran. That's apparently what Lindsey Graham has an issue with. Here he is with looking kind of flustered after his meeting with Tulsi Gabbard. Manu Raju of CNN is asking him about what he thought.
Senator Graham, how was the meeting with Tulsi Gabbard? Good. I just issued a statement so you can read it for yourself.
Wow, he's moving fast for an old guy.
Did it come up and how did you? Yeah, we've had policy differences. I know her. I like her. You know, she wanted to stay in the JCPOA. I thought that was a mistake. But, you know, she'll be serving Trump. We'll see how the hearing goes. I like her. I appreciate she's a lieutenant colonel in the Guard of Reserves. I know her. We're actually in the same reserve unit. But, you know, when it comes to Syria, how do we keep ISIS from breaking out of jail? You know, we'll see. But were you satisfied with her answers on those topics? Yeah, she's going to get back with me. We had a very good meeting. And I'm inclined, well, let's see what the answers are. Hey, how about that stuff? You said before you had difficulties.
I like that.
He is running so fast.
Were you satisfied with her answers on that front? We'll get there or whatever.
Seriously, dude is sprinting. I don't usually associate Lindsey Graham with speed. You know, he's faster than Mitch McConnell, but he's. I don't think of him. You know, of having too much athletic prowess. But he's outrunning Manu Raju there, who's a much younger man. In the halls of Congress are just fascinating.
Lindsey Graham's problem with her will be that she's too hawkish, which is unfortunately, as Matt was alluding to, the thrust of like the major mainstream criticisms of her. When there is a bevy of material, a lot of material to criticize her on outside of the fact that she's an Assad apologist, mainly the overall arching reason she's an Assad apologist, which is that she's an anti-Muslim bigot.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
seriously.
we have bipartisan.
And he's been fighting all the Muslims that she hates the most in the area, essentially. That's what it is, right? Like, we even talked yesterday about this fucking prison that exists for Palestinians in the South. This is horrifying. I think it was in the South. Whatever, it was near a border, if I recall correctly. And yeah, of course, Palestinians are not the sort of Arabs that or Muslims that Tulsi Gabbard likes. In fact, she basically, really, if anything, I think in many ways, Bashar al-Assad is one of the ones where it's a combination of the authoritarian love and the hatred of all the Muslim groups in the area, you know, and her appeal to authority and stuff like that. Because she does have that aspect to her, right? I mean, like, I don't know. I think one of the things that makes it most clear to me is, like, in her political career, a video which we watched on this channel from her own YouTube channel, which I don't know if it's still there anymore now that she's a Trump nominee. I don't know if it's been taken down or not, but it existed, where she was talking about how Donald Trump was a threat to this country. And now she has fallen into line in a way that is so shocking. And when you look at the rest of her sort of arc, it's like, you know what? There's something going on here. I'm not an expert on all things, but there's definitely something going on there. And I think that, you know, the cult that she's involved in, all this other stuff, I think it's pretty clear. Cults aren't exactly, non-authoritarian sort of groups usually. He's built for comfort? Who is built for comfort? I have no idea what you're talking about now. Am I built for comfort, not speed? Oh, you're talking. Wait, I just realized what you're talking about. You're talking about fucking Lindsey Graham. Yeah, no, he's not. Yeah, exactly. How old is Lindsey Graham? He's happy near his 80s at this point, right? Am I wrong about this? I'm wrong. He's a spry 69 years old. I take it all back. All right, what else do we have to talk about before we take a break? We got a little more time. Let's go here. WKBW, Buffalo, New York. 2 hours ago, it's a pay cut. Quote unquote. USPS union members call on workers to vote no on contract. I can't read today. I can't do anything today. My brain is broken and I need help. Wait, there's a Michael Moore response to Luigi? I need to look that up.
USPS mail carriers taking to the picket line today to demand for a fair contract. Good evening, everyone. I'm Taylor Epps. Thanks for joining us tonight. The National Association of Letter Carriers announcing a tentative agreement with the U.S. Postal Service back in October, but some workers are calling this agreement a slap in the face and are urging their peers to vote no. Workers say the agreement fails to address current economic conditions by including a wage increase that does not keep up with inflation and is nowhere near what is needed to sustain a livable wage. Under the new agreement, new hires can expect a starting hourly wage of $20, similar to the fast food industry.
We were told all these things that they were going to improve with this new contract, and then what we're presented with is none of that. It's a pay cut compared to inflation.
If union members reject the agreement, the union and USPS can either continue bargaining or refer the dispute to an interest arbitration board.
Well, there we go. Some postal workers in Buffalo are not happy with the new contract. The union is telling them to vote yes on, so they are urging the rest of their members to vote no because it doesn't include proper COLA, living adjustment, things like that, which makes perfect sense with the way things are, with the future in mind. You're going to want a COLA. Oh, are you going to want one of those? Especially if Trump gets these tariffs in that he really, really wants. Boy, does he want those tariffs. All right, let's talk about one more thing that's affecting Americans. At least one more thing.
Let's keep this conversation going live to political reporter Shauna Mizell in West Palm Beach. Shauna, President-elect Donald Trump really talked about Ukraine during a lengthy interview with Time magazine. He seems to be pretty critical of how Ukraine uses those U.S.-supplied missiles. What did he have to say?
That's exactly right, Reed. In that interview with Time magazine that was conducted in late November but just released a few days ago, Donald Trump making it clear that he vehemently disagrees with that decision by the Biden administration to allow U.S. missiles, long-range missiles, to be shot into Russia by Ukraine. But Donald Trump has advocated for a ceasefire. The reason why this is important is because it could be an indicator into just how he will approach foreign policy in relation to this war between Ukraine and Russia that has gone on for years. This is obviously a war that the president-elect said would have never happened had he been in office, and he is going to be looking to end it swiftly, but just how he does that remains to be seen.
Shauna, that Time interview also gave us some insight into how the Trump administration will shape out, especially during that first month in office. Paint a picture for us based on what he said in that article.
Yeah, so President-elect Donald Trump, in that Time magazine interview, he was named Person of the Year. laying out his agenda and just what he'll do, especially when it relates to his first day in office. He said that he's going to look to pardon January 6th protesters almost immediately, within hours, and maybe within the first 9 minutes of taking office, he said. But something else that was a major headline coming out of that interview is that the president-elect admitted that grocery prices may not be that easy to bring down. Obviously, the economy was one of the most major issues for voters that headed to the polls this November. A lot of them voted on the economy, and a big campaign promise from Donald Trump was to lower grocery prices, but now he's making it clear, or at least conceding, that that might not actually be possible.
So let's...
What?
Follow the rich white man.
What? Je ne comprends. I do not understand. This is all wrong. Donald Trump told us we would get our grocery prices down. This does not make any sense. And now he's telling us that he might not actually be able to do that. Shocking. Shocking. Because you know what he's not conceding on? His tariffs. He keeps talking about those tariffs and saying, actually, those are definitely happening. And apparently business leaders have actually been complaining about it too to him and stuff like that. But he is obsessed with tariffs. Less with making sure people's grocery prices are you know, back to being reasonable as it relates to their incomes. And yeah, you know, he's got priorities, you know? I think we have one more U.S. story, right? We could kind of do both of these as U.S. stories, although this next one's kind of environmental story, and this one I've snuck these ones into environmental stories too, but we're going to talk again about the absolutely horrifying insurance crisis. And no, actually, we're not going to talk about the health insurance crisis. We're going to talk about the other insurance crisis. Well, one of the other insurance crises. That being the homeowners insurance crisis. Because while healthcare has been doing their best not to do their jobs, and we've been talking about that, just, you know, to the point of wanting to puke, and on an ever-consistent basis regularly, in the recent past, we too have been talking about this one, because, of course, you probably know, insurance companies have been canceling homeowners insurance policies all over the place for all sorts of different reasons, as they claim. Risk and lack of maintenance on properties and all these other sorts of great things. And, you know, the parallels between these two industries are, the more you think about it, really... they're not it's just like not night and day. What am I saying? They're clearly there. Like there are clear parallels that can be drawn from these two industries. They're basically the same thing. For one's for your body, the other one's for where you live.
With no pointing to it, there wasn't any option to fix it.
We don't trust them at all.
7 on Your Side investigates Liberty Mutual Insurance and its use of aerial footage to make decisions on your coverage. And lots of people have been dropped by insurance companies in recent years.
7 on Your Side, Stephanie Syria is digging into a case that's raising a lot of questions about the accuracy of this process. She joins us with this developing story. Hey, Steph.
Yeah, this has been an interesting case. Liberty Mutual Insurance says they don't use drones to assess property risk. However, according to this report, the company obtained aerial images that were used as the basis for dropping a local homeowner's policy. And as the couple later found out, the reasons cited turned out to be false.
Since 1976, I've never missed a payment.
Wow, 50 years.
Liberty Mutual has insured their San Francisco Victorian for nearly 50
Not the
years.
Emu.
That's until last week, when they got this letter from the company dropping them, claiming aerial footage found moss, mildew, algae, and mold on their roof.
They sent me some aerial views that showed absolutely nothing.
I couldn't even believe that. You can't see one mark of discoloration, anything.
Here's a close-up of the pictures Liberty Mutual provided that appear to be from Google Earth.
All they do is
But wait, there's more.
Looking down.
But like any good faith homeowners, the Hoovers wanted to be sure. They hired Excelsior Roofing to do a follow-up inspection, a licensed and well-respected roofing company that's been doing business in the city for more than 100 years and has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Climbed up here.
We showed up for it, and the inspector told us.
So is the roof okay?
Perfect. Yes. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
No kidding.
It's perfect.
So no mold, no algae?
In fact, he told them the roof is actually good for another 20 years. And the report he compiled included more than a dozen photos from every angle, even close-ups of the shingles, clear of any growth.
I'm infuriated.
So the Hoovers appealed Liberty Mutual's decision, including the inspection report disproving the alleged problems.
Jesus Christ.
But over the past 3 weeks, heard nothing. That's until...
Wow, can you guess what is coming next? Is this like this? It's the same story time and time and again. Until there's a spotlight put on these people, until the public is focused on them, no action. In fact, their intentions are to always deny your claims, however they can. It's insane. And these people hired a contractor who said, verbatim, this roof is good for another 20 years. And yet they use their roof's condition as a reason for ending their insurance.
On Your Side got involved and reached out directly to the company's CEO.
Oh.
We were told by his staff, we are reaching out to Ms. Hoover directly to address her concerns.
Oh, thank
Home
God.
inspections have long been a standard in the insurance underwriting process, which can include plane-derived aerial reviews. Within an hour after our follow-up questions, the company reissued the Hoovers insurance policy.
7 on Your Side did an incredible job. Thank you so very much from the bottom of our hearts.
Have a good holiday.
But the couple is still frustrated it took a news agency to get them answers after doing business with Liberty since 1976.
I just feel like it was pressure and not to have bad press, and we're just one example.
Liberty Mutual has been disappointing us.
Attorney Amy Bach is the executive director of United Policyholders, a nonprofit that's pushing for legislation that would require insurers to be more transparent with non-renewals.
So what we want insurers to do is to tell the homeowner what conditions at their property are out of compliance. Number 2, give the homeowner a reasonable amount of time to remedy those conditions. If they remedy those conditions, offer them a renewal policy.
Right there, the brown house.
Just like the Hoovers, except to their disappointment, their family home right across the street was dropped too, citing the
same thing. Wow.
Doug.
Limu, someone needs to customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Mutual. Let's fly. Chief?
Yep, that's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens, actually. That's like, this is a great analogy for what they do. They're like, we gotta go. We gotta do this really, really fast. This is important. And then...
Limu, someone needs to customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Let's fly.
Look how diligent they are in getting you your insurance stuff taken care of. They're working so hard for you right now. Thankfully, they had the money for this commercial.
I thought you were right behind
I wonder
me.
if they used the
Only
money
pay for what you
they
need.
got from you to make this commercial. I'm sure in one way or another, they may have if you're a customer. This segment was not paid for by Liberty Mutual and only brought to you by the Galactic News Network. Alright, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and maybe even hit that bell icon too while you're at it, so you don't miss any of that sweet, sweet galactic content. Once you're doing those things, do remember that we are completely funded by viewers like you. But thankfully, there's all sorts of great ways for you to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Super stickers, super chats on YouTube, and I think gifts on Vertical. I still haven't seen any of those go through. I don't even know how they work, but I don't know, maybe one day we'll see one of those. What else we got? We got Twitch, of course, as always. We got Cash App and PayPal to just straight up give me money. But the best way to get the most amount of galactic benefits for your dollar is on Patreon. Just $3 a month, and you get just a fantastic lineup of space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. So do consider that. Link is in chat and in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Alright chat, enjoy this short space break. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I think you know what that means. It's time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you'll miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content. And you wouldn't want to do that. That would be silly.
That's too much, man!
Alright, let's get back to it, and let's talk about the climate. And to talk about that, we're actually going to talk about a little thing called PFAS to get us started off with. And there was a hearing, I think it was a Senate. Markey's a senator. Yeah, Ed Markey. They were questioning witnesses on PFAS and the dangers it poses to humans, what maybe could be done to prevent communities from being affected by it, or from, you know, like, you know, I'll let them talk more about this. Yeah, this is Forbes breaking news from 14 hours ago.
For having this very important hearing. Dr. Shader, thank you for your years of service in women's health space. Much appreciated. My wife was 2-star admiral in charge of all women's health in America, so I appreciate your service. And recent reports and studies show that soils examined show that hazardous waste incinerators have elevated levels of PFAS. These incinerators are disproportionately in disadvantaged communities.
Oh, even better.
Toxic PFAS emissions get into the atmosphere where they can hurt children, pregnant women, agriculture, soil, air.
Yeah, and once it gets to the atmosphere,
monitoring.
I'd point out, once it gets to the atmosphere, it sort of disperses, you know? So it's not even just Americans. We get to send some of that other places.
Any air emissions. Protect our communities from being exposed to PFAS coming from hazardous waste incinerators.
Thank you for the question, Senator Markey. I think the concerns about incineration of PFAS are really critical to consider, and I appreciate you raising concerns about environmental justice and the communities that live around incinerators. There are new improving methods for how we measure PFAS, and I think it's important, if there is going to be incineration of PFAS-containing materials, that we're carefully monitoring for the full suite of PFAS that are there. But I have concerns about incineration and what that might mean for exposures among people living in those communities, and I think those kinds of life cycle issues are really why we need to be really judicious when we're creating these highly persistent chemicals that really don't break down.
Thank you. And Dr. Shader, firefighters protect us from harmful fires, but we need to help protect them from being harmed by the gear they wear, which is full of PFAS. So firefighters are just walking around covered in PFAS. We need to protect our protectors from cancer clusters in firehouses. Dr. Shader, is it true that PFAS in firefighters' turnout gear and firefighting foams can harm their health?
Thank you for that question as well. There's a huge concern right now among firefighters about their exposures to PFAS. As you said, that can come from the firefighter turnout gear, which has typically had a PFAS Teflon layer.
So are there alternatives?
There are alternatives, and actually are.
And I think they mostly have switched over now, but for a while, even the foam itself that firefighters used for a very long time to put things out, that was supposedly a miracle, also contained PFAS. And a lot of that stuff just got like washed down the drain, like it was completely, and by the drain I mean like down like, sewer drains, back into our water systems for quite some time, years and years and years, thinking that it was just completely benign, completely like no risk to this. And then, all these studies start coming out showing that not only did the industry know how dangerous and how persistent this stuff was, that they tried to cover up the effects of it. Yeah, goddamn.
state of Massachusetts just instituted a ban on PFAS in firefighter turnout gear, so I'm proud of our state for advancing that. I think it's an example of when we set a goal to reduce exposures, and protecting firefighters' health is critically important, that new research and development can provide solutions so that we're keeping our protectors safe, but also not exposing them to toxic chemicals.
And I think it's something that we should think about on a national level, because obviously so many of our firefighters do die from cancer, and we want to make sure that we give them the protections which they deserve. The Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry conducted an exposure assessment in Westfield, Massachusetts, one of the 10 cities included in the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's PFAS exposure assessment. While random households were invited to participate, the data collected was not fully shared with the public. Dr. Shader, do you agree that more data transparency would be helpful to allow the public to understand their exposures, risks, and pathways?
Thanks for that question. I know that the ATSDR has released summary statistics for the results of blood testing that they conducted in Westfield. I'm not familiar with the specifics.
Should that be made fully available?
Certainly the summary statistics of how people in the blood levels that they tested in Westfield residents, how those compare to the general population, what's the median level, what's the 95th percentile, those summary statistics have been made available. I'm not familiar with the specifics of the data,
Well,
the extent of data release, but I, in general, think that having more information about exposures among the general population and exposed communities is helpful.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah, and I just want you to all think back to a video we watched, I don't know, what was it? The 30 minutes ago, maybe a little longer. Talking about how Tesla wants there to be less data for the car crash reports, all that stuff. And the fact is, I think we can expect that kind of that sort of theme to perhaps continue with things that the Trump administration talks about doing and or does. I mean, they now no longer have to worry about the Chevron doctrine and people deferring to experts anymore. They no longer, have to worry about, at least Donald Trump doesn't have to worry about criminal prosecution for I don't know, whatever. I mean, they just, they're set up to do whatever the fuck they want. They keep talking about how all of these statistics and how all these regulations and things are keeping them from doing their jobs. And then what we look into it is like, oh wait, we need those statistics. We need those statistics to keep us aware of what the fuck is going on, so we can make informed decisions about stuff as a society. All right, we got more to talk about, but let's get more into climate change stuff, weather stuff, wildlife stuff. We'll start it all off with this guy. Tuned into this channel a couple times in the past. Figure this might be a good time for that.
Every year the world comes together to solve climate change, and as you might have noticed if you've looked out your window lately, the world
not going
has
great.
not solved climate change. So what's wrong with what we're doing? Can we fix how we fix climate change? Or is it time to cop out of cops? I'm Adam, a climate scientist with a PhD from Oxford, sharing what you need to know about climate change. And burning fossil fuels is changing the climate a lot. The last 2 years haven't just broken records, they've shattered records. With these soaring temperatures, we're seeing devastation in the form of deadly extreme weather and destruction to both the human and natural worlds. And now, global temperatures are perilously close to passing the 1.5 degree limit. We've set ourselves this limit to keep the most vulnerable people and ecosystems safe. But, I hear you cry, put all these headlines and say we've already passed 1.5 degrees. Well, here's where the confusion comes from. The limit is generally understood to refer to the average temperature over many years passing 1.5 degrees, not just a single freakishly hot year like the one we've just had. So that would mean we haven't passed it yet, but we are painfully close. Actually, I'm planning to talk about what's going on with recent temperatures in a whole video coming up soon, so make sure you're subscribed for that. And while you're clicking on things, you should probably ring the bell and hit like too.
It's true. You should. It's true for this channel right now. Wow. Really? Come on. Come on, gentlemen. Let's stop using Nightbot for nefarious purposes.
Hey, but back to temperatures. Don't we have like a whole Paris climate agreement to stop this heating? We do, and that agreement is to limit temperature rise well under 2 degrees with the aim of keeping it under 1.5 degrees. Well, that sounds pretty good. The problem is that achieving either of those things would mean global emissions would need to drop fast. Well, we're 9 years on from the Paris Climate Agreement, and emissions are higher than they've ever been. And to understand why, you really need to understand why the Paris Climate Agreement is so weak. So why is the Paris Climate Agreement so weak? Well, I'm glad that you finally asked. The Paris Climate Agreement effectively lets countries commit to any kind of climate action they want. And let me guess, all the countries are incredibly ambitious and have put in place completely sufficient plans. Actually, would you believe, it's the complete opposite. Well, I never. This map from Climate Action Tracker shows how countries are doing on their climate action, with green meaning on track for limiting heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, you may say, but I can't see any countries colored green. To which I would say, exactly, I see. By the way, the countries with almost sufficient climate action are shaded in orange.
Almost sufficient.
But why are countries doing so insufficiently? Well, not only can countries set their own targets, but there are zero consequences for failing to set a strong enough target, or even failing to meet your target, other than, you know, bad vibes
You were
from
bad.
the international community. In theory,
Bad
the
job.
way Paris should work is
go
that countries get together every
think
year
about what
and
you've
gradually
done.
get more and more serious climate action underway, which takes us neatly to COPs. Ah, yeah, COPs, the big climate negotiations that happen every year. Yep, COP stands for Conference of the Parties, which, as I've said before and will doubtless say again, is just the least helpful and descriptive acronym ever, especially since there's the climate COPs
What does it even mean?
and the biodiversity COPs. Anyway, it's not just their names that suck. The negotiations themselves have also always sucked, to some extent at least. We've just had the 29th negotiation, COP29, and guess what? We've still not solved climate change. I think it's fair to say that most people working on climate see these negotiations as necessary evils, frustrating and slow, but still making important progress. But the most recent COPs, the last two especially, have gone pretty light on the necessary and pretty heavy on the evil. This has a lot to do with where these negotiations have been held. Last year's was in the UAE, and this year's was in Azerbaijan. Ugh, right.
Not the best choices. Not the best.
And for
not
some
the best
inexplicable reason, hosting the talks about how to stop the problem caused by fossil fuels in countries which are all about producing fossil fuels hasn't gone great. Literally no one could have predicted that. The negotiations have been filled with fossil fuel lobbyists. Both times, the countries have used the world getting together as a way to make fossil fuel deals. And side note, but unlike a climate negotiation, I'm not trying to sneakily sell you stuff on the side. So I don't do product placement or monetization.
Wow. No monetization. How does he manage to get by? One way the Galactic News Network manages to get by is by patronage of Galactic patrons on Patreon, of course.
I mean, this year, the host even described fossil fuels as a gift from God, which would be funny if these conferences weren't literally meant to be all about keeping this planet, our literal home, livable. COPs have now gotten so bad that some of the most important voices in climate have frankly had enough. Let's start with Greta Thunberg. Greta didn't attend this year's negotiations. Instead, she highlighted the hypocrisy of hosting the climate negotiations in an oil-producing country with records of profound human rights abuses. COP meetings have proven to be greenwashing conferences that legitimize countries' failures to ensure a livable world and future. I was thinking about trying to do a Greta impression there, but when I practiced it, it was too cringe.
It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes not all impressions go as we want them to. Sometimes we're like, I could have been better. Many times. Many times. We're going to skip ahead a little bit.
I told you so in advance, but I mean, I do kind of want to say it. Okay, so I'm beginning to get the impression that you're not the biggest fan of COPs. What could have possibly given me away? Yeah, well, I'm something of an empath. The point isn't about whether or not I like the negotiations, even though you're right, I don't. The point is whether the negotiations are useful or not, and by many measures, they still are. Thanks to these negotiations, we have the Paris Climate Agreement, where almost every country in the world is signed up to limit heating. Thanks to these negotiations, there's meaningful progress in working together to lower emissions and to adapt to the changes that we can't prevent. Thanks to these negotiations, the nations that have done the most to cause the problem are doing something to support the nations that are already feeling the worst consequences. Okay, wait. First you talk about all the ways in which COPs are rubbish, especially the most recent ones, and now you're talking about how good they are? I don't remember using the word good. The thing is, though, that two things are true at the same time.
What?
COPs have achieved a huge amount of important stuff, and what COPs have achieved and the speed they've achieved it at is nowhere near enough to tackle the problem. Okay, so where do we go from here? Do we stick with COPs because they're getting some stuff done? Or do we scrap them because they're getting so much less done than we need? The thing is, I've heard different people arguing for both keeping and abandoning COPs since I started working on climate change over a decade ago. Okay, so what about all those experts who wrote that letter about how COPs are rubbish? Are they saying we should cancel COPs? Well, no. They're talking much more about changing these negotiations so they do a better job. That means only having these negotiations in countries that actually want to fight climate change, having more meetings that focus more on putting solutions into place, and being more careful about that whole swarms of fossil fuel company lobbyists thing, which is quite a wish list. Right, and as for Greta Thunberg, while she's explicitly called out the negotiations, especially the most recent ones, she's not, to my knowledge, said they should be scrapped. Instead, she's
Yeah, and one thing that I think comes to mind every time I hear about having COP negotiations at oil-producing companies is, like, I don't know, like cops investigating themselves. You know, things like that. It's like, can we get an outside party here, please? But the fact is getting those things done is going to require a great deal of change for levers of power to be adjusted, I guess you might say. How that gets done, I am not sure. Although I do feel some sort of current out there right now on the old power dynamics, if you will. Exclude Americans? Just you're gonna get rid of all of us? Wow, hurtful. Hurtful. Wow, a lot of messages being deleted over here. It's really throwing me off right now. Why are we doing this? Can we stop? Is there actually something happening that needs to be deleted right now? Because it's really, it's weird. It's what it is. Okay. Let's go to this. I thought this was the exact opposite. I just figured we would use this as an example of the exact opposite of what we need to be. Really, I mean, to be the way we need to be framing these things. Because, like, this to me, you'll see. I'll talk more in a second. This just pissed me off. Because this, oh, God, whatever.
The mission to raise awareness and find solutions to the climate crisis extends to our nation's schools. That's where educators are hoping to empower students with knowledge and inspire them to come up with ways to ensure a better climate future. Lee Gaines from member station WFYI in Indianapolis visited a classroom in Bloomington, Indiana this past spring, where high school students were pitching their ideas to scientists.
It's mid-May, and high school freshman Dwayne Murphy is pitching a big idea to climate scientist Ben Kravitz.
I hate this. You know why I hate this? Because we already have the solutions. I love how the way that this is all being framed is that we need new ideas to solve climate change. Because none of the ideas we've come up with yet would solve it, even though the ones that have been proposed all would. Right, in terms of cutting down methane by drastically reducing the animal agriculture industry, or drastically reducing our fossil fuel usage, or, you know, not pulling out methane by fracking from the ground to then also use to fuel things, right? Like, there's so many things we could stop doing right now. We already know we could stop doing, but the only thing that we don't, the only reason we're not doing them is because of the profit incentive, right? We talk about this all the time because we it's always left up to consumers and to companies to solve this, right? But the fact is we need real broad-based global solutions that aren't focused on, you know, serving capitalism, but in fact serving a purpose, a scientific purpose to save humanity, right? To save the climate on the Earth, the only planet that we actually have available to us to live on. And it's like it completely misses the point. It's like, oh, we don't need more techno solutions for something that we have the techno solutions for. We have solar panels. We have, you know, we have wind, we have water, you know, we have hydro, we even have nuclear, and there's some problems with that, but technically we've talked about it, the at least the emissions versus coal or gas, you know, it's an improvement technically. But the fact is, we need to do these things now. We need to stop worrying about whether or not it's going to make money. But the fact is, one thing we actually saw earlier this year in Spain was that they had done so much to get their grid on the like on renewables. Like they went and got so many solar panels and like and windmills installed in the country that it started, like, people weren't even using all the power they were producing, right? And all of a sudden, oh no, we're losing money because we have an excess of energy. How terrible is that? Oh God. And they started talking about how they needed to do something to curb this, right? And it's perverse. It's perverse. Not that I don't believe in the future generation, or that I think that we need young input on the future. But what I'm saying is that we generally have a lot of solutions for a lot of things that people are just not doing because of multiple reasons. But specifically, profit motive fuels all of them. Oh, God. Okay, so Nightbot's down, and that's very sad. And I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know if it'll be fixed, but it's fine. We have each other to get through this. As well as this. It is Sunday Funday after all, and I am trying my best to deliver. exhibition of... Wait, sorry, I didn't even see the sign.
It all started in...
Please hold. I have to read this. This is an important sign. The Comedy Wildlife Photography Awards held their 10th exhibition, where they announced their annual winners.
It all started in 1995. We saw one of his pictures, an eagle owl, and we chuckled with this image and said, well, you know, this is never going to be a competition winner as a joke. And then that joke sort of triggered a, well, maybe if we're never going to win competitions, we should have our own competition.
Oh my god, it looks like that bird is telling the other birds to go somewhere, doesn't it? It's like, guys, no, wait, look, I know you're over here, this is great, but look what I just saw.
And then at the same time, we tried to work out an idea of trying to use this funny image as part of a competition that considered conservation and wildlife.
A winged bear. Beware, everybody, the winged bear.
And then at the same time, we tried to work out an idea of trying to use
Canadian winged
this
bear.
funny image as part of a competition that
The surfing penguin.
considered conservation and wildlife. Make it fun, make it positive. Maybe that's another way of getting some more.
How are you doing that right now? Oh my god.
Maybe that's another way of getting some more action.
Aw, that owl looks sad.
There's 3 owls on the branch, and the first two are just sitting there looking, and the third one has just slipped off the branch at the end, and he's just clearly the klutz who's just always making a mistake. And the look of the 2 owls who are just sitting on this branch, you know, they're just like, oh, you're always doing this. And the third one is scrambling around on the branch. And I just remember laughing out loud to that. You know, it's all about anthropomorphism. It's us applying what we find funny in humans into the animal's behavior. In 2018, I think, someone filmed a fox that jumped onto their trampoline and it was snowing. It was an amazing coincidence and obviously unbelievably charming thing to see in real life.
Space frog. On an unknown planet. In an unknown environment. Ribbit. Ribbit. There you go. A little comedy, a little wildlife, all at the same time. And yes, we need you for the amusement, okay, as well as other things. And I'm sorry, you know, Donald Duck, but that's just true. It's true. We need it. Especially with stuff like this happening. Let's go to California. Start us off talking about a few weather events going on. Let's see. This is from yesterday. This is a very strange story. When I saw this, I did a double take. I was like, what? I'm sorry, what? But no, this is real. It's a real thing.
It's science.
Tornado touches down near Santa Cruz, California.
What?
That's right. Totally normal. Happens all the time.
Now at 6, the wind blew and debris flew. Multiple injuries and major damage after a tornado touched down in Santa Cruz County today.
My initial reaction was to go back inside the store. And afterwards, then I tried to get as far in as I could.
Later this hour, our Suji Nam is joining us live with a look at some of the aftermath there.
Plus, cleanup efforts are underway after the storm passed through the Bay Area last night and earlier this morning. Dawn Lin joins us live with the latest. And former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is taking time off after getting injured overseas. We will have more on her recovery.
Good evening. We have confirmed a tornado did touch down in Santa Cruz County today.
And you are watching video of the tornado in Scotts Valley.
Wow. Scotts Valley police tell us the tornado...
Now, of course, I was being completely facetious when I said that it's totally normal. Santa Cruz, Bay Area, does not see a lot of tornadoes, usually. Pretty unusual. Not like the Midwest at all, where they have an entire tornado season.
Severe damage and resulted in a number of injuries. No fatalities reported. But boy, is this rare. The tornado also tore through a parking lot, taking down trees and flipping over vehicles.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God, no.
Wow, that was
Inside the Scotts Valley Square Shopping Center, right off Mount Herman Road, one witness describes the aftermath.
The most shocking thing was seeing all of these people walking out towards the road where all the cars were.
This is not the sort of thing people expect around here. Like they said, this is super rare. Yeah, I can't even imagine just being in California and then suddenly being like, is that a tornado?
There were just so many people, and it was so quiet. I thought it would be louder. You could see all this damage, and people were obviously hurt.
Park Drive. And this comes after many people in the Bay Area woke up to tornado warnings on their phone. One of the alerts was for Santa Cruz. Again, that was a confirmed tornado there. The other was issued in San Francisco. That has not been confirmed yet.
Well, I mean, as far as we know, there wasn't a tornado in San Francisco, right?
National Weather Service has gone out and surveyed that. It was not a tornado in San Francisco. But I'm going to show you why they had very good reason to put that warning out. The bigger story is what happened in Scotts Valley. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, when I hear overturned cars,
that's a clue.
Yeah, this is not your garden variety funnel cloud. They rate these EF scale 1 to 5. That's likely a 1 or a 2. That's like 110 mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah. Now let's look at some of the aftermath of this tornado, as there's definitely some footage of all this.
Good evening. It is not something we usually see here in the Bay Area. A tornado touching down in the Santa Cruz Mountains, tossing cars and debris across Scotts Valley.
Oh my God.
We already saw this one. Hold on.
Okay. Oh my God.
Well, I guess we can just watch it again. I don't care.
That is video showing what it was like driving through those winds as it ripped through the area. The National Weather Service confirming it was an EF1 tornado, bringing winds upwards of 90 miles per hour.
The powerful winds from the storm triggered the first ever tornado warning in San Francisco. Now, no tornadoes actually formed, but there was plenty to clean up. You can see it right there. This is the aftermath of Golden Gate Park. Huge trees ripped from the ground. Even without a tornado, the gusty winds gave people plenty to worry about.
I went upstairs far from a window, and the wind was so intense.
Crews had a very busy day, cleaning up trees and fixing power lines across the city.
And we've got team coverage on this storm. Cynthia Pimentel has more on the conditions that led to this.
Just ripped up the entire street along with it.
But let's start with Marianne Favreau live in Scotts Valley. And Marianne, you talked with people who actually saw this thing touch down.
And boy, were they surprised. I'm standing here on Mount Herman Road where the tornado hit at 1:40 this afternoon, and people were really caught off guard, and frankly, they were very scared. Now, if you take a look behind me, you see what's going on now. PG&E crews have been out here for hours trying to repair the power lines that this tornado just ripped out of the ground, and they are expected to continue to work overnight. This tornado didn't last very long, but the damage is significant.
Oh my God! Holy hell! Oh my God!
Strong reactions as people left stores to see branches and debris fall from the sky. The National Weather Service confirms an EF1 tornado hit Scotts Valley at 1:40 Saturday afternoon. This is what it looked like.
I knew it was something different. It was wind I've never, ever seen before, and it hailed.
Minutes later, the aftermath. Cars flipped on their sides, including a CAL FIRE truck, and some vehicles picked up and turned upside down. Ronan says he walked out of the Safeway on Mount Herman Road to chaos in the parking lot.
You could see the wind starting to swirl and pick up, and then...
My God. This is insane. Got a couple more on this.
As Cynthia mentioned, tornadoes in the Bay Area are rare but not unheard of. Now, we looked at data from the National Oceanic and
So
Atmospheric
5 in the last
Administration,
25 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 in 2001, 2 in 2005, and 2 in, well, 1 in 2010 and 1 in 11.
5 of the most recent tornadoes in our region that measured at least an EF1. You can see them right here on this map from Sonoma all the way to Santa Cruz. Now, the strongest Bay Area storms happened on May 4th, 1998. A pair of funnel clouds touched down in Sunnyvale and Los Altos. This is a look at some of the aftermath. These pictures are from a file put together by the Sunnyvale Emergency Response volunteers. About 50 homes and a church were damaged. Remarkably, there was only 1 injury and no deaths. The storm also brought down trees and power lines and damaged cars.
And for a brief period of time this morning, people in San Francisco and in parts of the peninsula were told to brace for the possibility of a tornado there. It never happened. The alert was canceled. But you can see in this video extremely powerful winds bringing down trees and power lines across the city. It was a mess in places, Golden Gate Park in particular.
A rude awakening for San Franciscans early Saturday morning.
The wind, it was howling. I think the windows were howling, and that kind of woke us up, and then we checked our phones.
Just before 6 a.m., people across San Francisco and part of San Mateo County got an alert from the National Weather Service, a tornado warning. The alert was canceled shortly after. San Francisco's Department of Emergency Management notes there have been a few
a real thing, considering so many alerts.
Oh, it's a real thing. Keep saying that today. I don't know why. That's a real thing. Oh, holy shit. You can see the cloud. There's more damage all over the place. You can see there's some huge trees down in this area. This car is on its side with the windshield wipers still going. Amazing. At least those are still working. Whoops, I have no fucking sound here. Okay, I think that's all we got on the tornado. But there is still a major storm affecting the Midwest and the Northeast, continuing to pummel people there with snow.
The deep freeze impacting millions of Americans, single-digit wind chills from the Dakotas to Maine, plus the ice storms in the Midwest and flooding in California. ABC's Faith Awube has more from Orchard Park, New York. Faith, good morning. We can see that snow piling up.
Yeah, good morning to you. It is winter and it's Western New York. An 80-year-old volunteer firefighter.
The Great Lakes region, the dig out underway after lake effect snow left communities buried. Eden, New York, blanketed with more than 42 inches of snow, burying rooftops, driveways, and roads. In Michigan, residents plowing through the
thing right there, right? This right here is what's causing all of this, is the fact that the lakes are not frozen yet, even though it's not the middle of winter, but we're in winter now. Winter, of course. And so, you know, all of this mist here, all this water is getting sucked up by the storm and just dumping it all across this area.
Lake Superior as temperatures there hit 10 degrees below zero. And overnight, the West Coast hit by snowfall 1 to 2 feet expected in the Sierra. While in lower elevations, homeowners in the North Bay worried about the heavy rain on the way, with the ground already saturated from the last storm.
I'm concerned with the trees falling on our house and the river getting high.
But it's the wind that has power companies concerned.
The winds can break branches, it can throw debris through the air that can damage our equipment. Otherwise, healthy trees can be uprooted.
Okay, that is a lot of snow though. That one pile back there is almost taller than she is. Okay. Someone in another chat just said they were ice fishing in Montana, huh? Sounds fun. Thanks for segueing me, because let's talk about some aquatic wildlife. How's that sound? It's a perfect transition.
The wandering whale was first seen in the Pacific Ocean off Colombia, popping up several years later in the Indian Ocean near Zanzibar. An astonishing journey that's left scientists baffled.
What normally happens is humpbacks learn their migration route from their mother by following her in the early years of their life, and then stick to that migration route for their whole life. So we don't know whether this is an animal that's somehow been motivated to go on a longer journey, or has simply made a mistake or failed to learn the migration route adequately to be able to do it itself.
Humpback whales are known for their long migrations, feeding near the poles and breeding in warmer waters. But this male's journey was even more spectacular, involving 2 distant breeding grounds. One theory is that climate change is altering the abundance of the tiny shrimp-like krill humpback whales feed on, forcing him to go further in search of food.
Well, there you go. The tremendous journey of one whale. All right. How are we doing on time? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. Honestly, this is probably going to be a short-ish stream because I was expecting us to take up way more time watching the Michael Moore documentary. I thought that was going to take up like the first half because it's like a 2-hour-long freaking documentary. So blame the DMCAs if this stream is shorter than usual. I had plans. They were foiled.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh god, where are we at now? Yes. Let's talk about this. The fight to save the world's glaciers.
Glaciers around the world are melting, and the United Nations has declared 2025 the year of glacier preservation. One area where these changes are particularly evident is the Canadian Rockies. This region serves as a vital freshwater source for millions of people and boasts a uniquely stunning ecosystem. CBS News climate correspondent Dave Malkoff recently visited the area.
Look at that view. That's incredible, right? Just beyond these rugged peaks in Jasper National Park is the only place in North America where you can literally drive onto a glacier. Yeah, it's really neat. I mean, you can see the tongue of the glacier coming down there. It looks like it's pretty close, but that may be actually way further away than it looks.
All right, now is this everyone's first time on one of these tours? Yes. Oh, perfect.
This is the Ice Bus. From May to October, its oversized tires grip into the ancient ice of the Athabasca Glacier.
Some of these crevasses descend the full 200 meters or about 600 feet.
The buses deposit adventurous travelers at the glacier's edge to marvel at the otherworldly landscape.
You know, you gotta think to some degree that turning the glacier into a tourist destination is not helping. I don't know what degree.
Welcome, everybody.
But we are not here to take a touristy photo. No, we are headed to a science station way beyond the safety ropes. The only way we can get here is by following our leader, Dr. John Pomeroy. Let's go meet him. Pomeroy has spent decades studying this glacier and others like it.
This has changed a lot since even July. So in terms of safety, a few things. Glacier's never safe. There'll be areas where there are crevasses and areas where there's moulins, mill holes that either one of them, if you slide into it, can lead you into the ice, and then we'd have to get Parks Canada to come rescue you with the ropes.
Glaciers are thousands of years of snow all compacted together. Immense, slow-moving flows of ice that carve their way through the landscape.
Now I have to figure out how to get us across what I call the Grand Canyon here. It's a long crevasse, and it's snow-covered.
Making it harder to see what's underneath.
So don't walk on this.
Although, now that I think about it, really, like the impact of driving people to the glacier versus the entire world's like output of fossil fuels, it's got to be super insignificant. I don't know exactly. I think it's got to be pretty small.
Just part of the bright white Columbia ice field. But as we walked closer, we kept seeing these black spots.
It is dark and it's melting faster than the rest of the ice.
Everything from wildfires this summer to chimney exhaust has doomed this human connection to the last ice age.
You see the soot. It's everywhere in here.
The darker it is, the faster it melts?
Yes, yeah. So normal clean ice will be reflecting about 30% of the sun's energy. It hits it. But when it gets dark like this, it's reflecting only about 15%. And by contrast, fresh snow is reflecting 90% of the energy hitting it. Okay. Here we are, home sweet home.
We are finally at the weather station perched on the glacier itself to see evidence of that firsthand.
So here we're measuring the melt rate of the glacier. We're measuring the energy flows into the ice from solar radiation and thermal heat from the atmosphere. We're also measuring the accumulation of snow and how it blows off the ice. But the big thing is the ice melt rate here. We're seeing 7 to 8 meters, so 21 to 28 feet of downward melt per year of ice here, and that's releasing a tremendous amount of water. But it also means this glacier is on the way out.
What is this black tape here?
Well, we put that tape to mark the height of the ice after we drilled in the pool here.
And that was like months ago or a year ago?
2 weeks ago. And this is the cold time of year.
2 weeks.
It's melted this much in just 2 weeks. Most of that occurred in 1 week.
Yeah, 1 week ago, it was up to nearly right here. Here's a photo of the Athabasca Glacier taken 86 years ago, and here it is today, starkly revealing the toll our warming climate has taken. See that?
We basically have to hope for that glacier to retake this parking lot. Jesus Christ. Not great. Alright, now let's talk about, this is our last weather-related story here. As, the east of Africa and, the Indian Ocean got hit by a cyclone. And at this point, cyclone season, if I'm not mistaken, pretty sure it's supposed to be about over. Right? Hold on, let me look this up. I could be wrong on the exact timing of this. No, not images. I don't need images. Yeah, no, it's... Wait, no, that's the Atlantic Basin. No. Cyclone season. I mean, it's around the same as America. It ends late November, essentially. But these events have been going through, straight through December. Cyclone Cheeto. No relation to the snack.
Cyclone Cheeto has made landfall as an intense tropical cyclone, bringing with it very heavy winds and rain. UNICEF is concerned about the immediate impacts of this cyclone, the loss of life, the damage to schools, to people's homes, to healthcare facilities. We're also worried about the longer-term impacts. Children potentially being cut off from learning for weeks on end, people unable to get access to healthcare, and the potential spread of waterborne diseases like cholera and malaria.
Not mean to do that. Now, so I know it says France, but this is actually a French territory called Mayotte, which is in the Indian Ocean, I believe. It's like it's very near Madagascar off the east coast of Africa. Oh wait, we have more videos on this.
We bring you more now on our top story. The powerful cyclone that officials fear may have killed hundreds and left a trail of destruction across the small French territory of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean. France is currently rushing tons of aid to the chain of 3 islands. More than 100 rescuers and firefighters have also been deployed, and more are expected to arrive over the coming hours. Mayotte's population is somewhere around 320,000 people, and thousands are now without shelter and have seen their access to power, water, and the internet either lost or severely disrupted. The cyclone has moved on from Mayotte now and made landfall in Mozambique this morning. Its destructive winds hammering homes, schools, and health facilities there. For more on this, we reached out to Guy Taylor, who's a spokesperson for UNICEF Mozambique, and he described the damage caused by Cyclone Cheeto.
So, as you said, it made landfall this morning as an...
Every time they say Cyclone Cheeto, all I can imagine is a tornado, just an orange tornado.
Cyclone Cheeto.
So, as you said, it made landfall this morning as an intense...
I just realized something. I need to get this. Don't ask me why. It'll be more evident later. We need this. We're gonna need this later. I promise you. Just think about it.
Hammering homes, schools, and health facilities there. For more on this, we reached out to Guy Taylor, who's a spokesperson for UNICEF Mozambique, and he described the damage caused by Cyclone Cheeto.
So, as you said, it made landfall this morning as an intense tropical cyclone with very, very strong winds and rain. We've had a chance to assess a little bit the situation in the city of Pemba and the surrounding area today. And there has been quite extensive destruction, many homes destroyed or damaged, schools and healthcare facilities also receiving substantial damage. And a lot of rain, so there's a lot of flooding that's happened in the city and surrounding areas, and that, of course, brings with it concern of waterborne diseases, things like cholera, malaria, diseases like diarrhea, which children are particularly vulnerable to, which can really be very, very dangerous for them. So it's a bad situation with and pretty substantial impact, particularly on children here in Mozambique.
And only compounded, like you said, with the damage to some pretty essential infrastructure there. Speaking of essential, supplies and services that UNICEF provides to the affected population are crucial in situations like this, of course. How are you coordinating with local authorities and partners?
Okay. Well, they are doing what they can this time to try and mitigate the human suffering on the ground in the midst of this destruction. Do we do space news now and then take a break? I'm trying to think. I think we're just going to take a break now. It'll make more sense. Yeah. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And obviously, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to do that: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, where for only a few dollars a month you can get the most space benefits available to beings living in the Milky Way galaxy for the money. Alright, chat. Enjoy this short space break, and we'll be right back.
And it is on fire. When a room in your house is on fire, you don't say there's a fire in a room in my house, you say my house is on fire. And we only have one house. Battle for the Amazon. And what we've done to preserve the Amazon, what we worked so hard for, is being purposefully undone. We need to protect what we have. We need to restore what we have lost. And we need to defund the mechanisms, the perverse tax subsidies, the lending policies, and the institutional investments that fuel deforestation. devastation. It's understood that the protection It is understood that the protection and preservation of tropical forests can achieve at least 30% of the emissions reductions we need to protect the planet. On behalf, my goodness, I'm so sorry. In the movies we get to do it over. And without the Amazon, without securing the largest standing tropical forest in the world, we cannot achieve a climate solution, and nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Pact, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its peoples, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil, there is a way forward. Thank you, President Duque, for your leadership in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you to put funding, to put teeth in this ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly to indigenous people and civil society, the people on the front lines, the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
All right, chat. I am back. Which means it's time, of course. Get back to those seats. Please hold. Please hold. There we go. Okay. Awesome. It's time for the final half of the show. So much to talk about still. And of course, though, we must start off with space news. But today, we have some space news. But I figured I would also integrate a little bit of discussion, timelines, time travel. Because lately, the current timeline's been feeling kinda whack. Not gonna lie. Let's see here. Let's start off with this. Wait, I've lost my place. Please, yeah, CBS, Colorado, from 2 days ago. Oh, I have no sound. That's not good. We need sound.
One of the most iconic movies of all time is coming to life on stage as the Denver Center for the Performing Arts turns back time with Back to the Future, the musical. Our Dylan Thomas traveled to Pasadena, California for an exclusive advanced preview of the show, where he also went to Doc Brown's house and got a look at his DeLorean time machine.
Hey everyone, Dylan Thomas here in Pasadena, California with Don Stevenson, one of the stars of Back to the Future, the musical, of course, playing Doc Brown. Real quick, explain for me, we have this iconic star of the show with us as well.
Here it is.
Where are we?
Well, this is my DeLorean time machine, my co-star in Back to the Future, the musical. And as you zoomed in there, you see it says time machine.
It does indeed.
Every day. It's something that I see every day. And as you see here in the back, we have the flux capacitor. The flux capacitor, you put the plutonium into the flux capacitor, and then
real
I'm
plutonium?
going to show you the rest of it. Step this way now. Look at all this. And then we're going to open this baby
This thing
up,
is
and,
serious.
Ooh, you may want to look right there. Look right there. You have all of the stuff. Would you like to get in there?
Oh,
now
my
be
goodness,
careful.
me?
Yes,
all
you.
right.
Yes, you.
Where are you sending me?
Well, you want to be very careful because don't touch anything because we have no idea where we would end up. So you want to get in there, and as you know, you set the time and the date, and then you make the car go 88, and boom!
Great Scott!
You're there.
This is Dr. Emmett L. Brown, and this is my time machine. A time machine?
All right, so this is my first time in the DeLorean time machine.
Absolutely.
But I know that it's going to be coming to Colorado here soon, right?
It's coming soon, and we'll give you a little bit of plutonium. We'll put it into the flux capacitor.
We're going to give you a little bit of plutonium.
Boom! 88. We're coming at you, Denver.
Well, there you go, people. Using actual plutonium for this theater production, taking it very, very seriously. Maybe even some real time travel will be witnessed at this. Hard to say. It's all the information I have for you, but this guy is making some bold claims about this show. I mean, it's quite an incredible masterpiece of engineering here. In fact, they can go back in time. And now, sometimes we want to go back in time for big things, right? But also, what is a big thing, right? Sometimes you're at work and your boss wants something done. And you're like, geez, I wish I had a time machine for that. Have you ever been in that situation before?
I'm gone 1 week, and everything falls behind. Do you have any idea how many emails I got this week? Our inventory doesn't move itself.
Right, of course not, sir. Hear you loud and clear.
I've been very chill with you guys. I let you go to that funeral.
Appreciate that.
I even let you go to the bathroom once in a while.
I appreciate that.
I need the client report from you two, and I need it yesterday.
Yeah, no problem.
Yesterday.
We'll figure something out.
Good, go, bye.
Yeah.
Okay, did you get that summary paragraph I just sent?
Yep, copying it now.
Okay. Print that out, and then we'll get the whole thing to him by the end of the day.
No, what? He said he needed it
yesterday.
Yeah, right, so better hustle. Jack, we have to find a way to send this report back in time.
Oh, no, that's not what he meant. That's just a phrase. He didn't mean, we don't have to. Chris, that's a very common phrase.
So you're saying it's possible to send a message to the past?
Yes, theoretically.
Go on.
And again, just want to thank you for your time, Professor. I'm sure you've been busy with the students and research and things.
If only, if only we had these sorts of experts for our own purposes. Maybe we can get a hold of this Alexander Chi, perhaps, but professor of astroparticle physics and phenomenology. I'm not sure.
Quantum non-locality.
I got some stuff I think we can get
done.
done.
Measurement on one piece affects the possibilities of measurement on the other piece. Affecting one on this timeline can affect the other on another timeline.
And we could do that how?
Well,
Dude, could you take notes too?
hypothetically, someone would set up a laser device that would shoot a beam into a nonlinear crystal, and if you somehow manage to get a pair of polarization entangled photons under control, then you'd set up an interferometer for each photon, which can be monitored electronically. What you change in one will change in the other.
And we could use that to send a client report to the past?
I guess that's possible.
And then, quick question for me, actually. Have you ever had like a boss who just like didn't say something perfectly literally? They just like used a common turn of phrase or an idiom?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You've already given us so much. Hey, we appreciate the time.
Now, there's a lot that goes on in here, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm not even sure if these guys would copyright strike me or not, but I don't know. I don't even want to test it too hard, so we're not going to watch the whole thing, but you can find them. I'll tell you what the name of the channel is once we're done with all this. If you're not familiar with these guys at all.
Chris? Hey, bud?
X squared plus or minus 3e.
Of course, it all makes sense. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I don't want reality. Wait.
It's science.
What are you missing?
More power!
Climate and everything are the same.
Of course.
Hi, Professor. Yeah, sorry to bother you. Have you heard from Chris tonight? Slow down. No, what's the time, please? Sir?
The time police.
Where's Chris?
Of course, this ends at CERN.
Fourth dimension. Access. Infinite cylinder. Infinite mass at length of 0. You're running out of time, Chris. You're running out of time. 110 infinity. Bypass security. Fluctuator. Uploading. Come on. Hey, you.
You need a hand?
Jack? How did you find me?
Long story, Chris. We don't have the time. You left your Apple ID logged in at the work computer, and I used to find my iPhone.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, great, because I have to bypass their security fluctuator. We only have 30 seconds until the next test, so...
No need to explain. Just because I don't think I would follow it necessarily at all. I read all of this, and I don't think I fully understand if what you're going for is possible, but what I do understand is why you need it to be possible.
There is a security breach.
Obviously, you didn't think that Gary was being literal about when he needed the email. You're doing all of this because you want to talk to your grandma one more time.
I'd let you go to that funeral. Appreciate that.
I get it now. That's beautiful.
Jack, he said he needed it yesterday. I really don't get what you're not getting here.
Oh.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, me and my grandma weren't even that close. I think she preferred my brother to me, but I guess, yeah, I mean, we're gonna be able to send stuff back in time. We could shoot her a message. There wasn't anything really pressing that I needed to resolve or say to her, so.
Yeah, well, no pressure from me. Yeah, well, yeah, just it's about that, because he needed it.
Our boss said he needed it yesterday, so I'm gonna get it to him yesterday, yeah.
Right. Cool, well, yeah, well, I'm here, so whatever I got your back.
Great, because I'm in.
Okay.
All right, here we go. More power. Launch sequence activated. Chris, don't flip that switch. You remember what happened to Donna. Time's up, Whitaker. Think of the time ripples this will cause. 10 seconds. Jack, it's now or never. Come on. Jack, come on.
Yeah. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, now!
I love how the most climactic moment of this thing is a goddamn sound of an email going through. Oh my god.
It's done. Did it work? There's only one way to find out.
Yellow.
Yes. Hi, sir. It's Chris and Jack. I just wanted to check in on that client report we sent you a little while ago.
What? Oh, yeah. No, I saw it in my email after you left my office.
It was in the mix of the ones I hadn't gotten to yet from the day before.
Jack turned in a copy of it a week or so later. Very redundant.
Wait, so just to be clear then, you got the report yesterday?
Yes, I got it that specific yesterday. And to be clear, I meant what I told you entirely literally.
So, great job, Chris.
And Jack, again, so redundant. Obviously, you're fired.
Yeah, totally understood. That's on me. I did not get what was going on here at all.
Yeah, so that's a channel called Chris and Jack. I think I saw somebody put it in the chat. Most of their skits are pretty funny. Not gonna lie. I haven't seen all of them, but of the ones I've seen, I've certainly enjoyed. And I figured since it's Sunday Funday, we were trying to do some fun stuff here today. Really try. Because I feel like it's been a tough year. It's all coming to a close. It's the holidays. We gotta try. We gotta really try to get at least like a 40% fun day. It might. I don't know. Are we gonna exceed 40%? No, we're not. But I'm trying my damnedest. Okay, now let's go to this. This is beautiful. I've been holding on to this for a while. Let's take a look here at NASA's spectacular new images of Jupiter. NASA's Juno spacecraft has released spectacular new images of Jupiter as it enters. Goddammit, I can't read fast enough right now. As it enters the final year of its mission. Thank you.
The Juno mission actually started in 2006 when we designed and built the spacecraft. We added JunoCam as what we call an outreach camera, which meant that it did not have a responsibility to return scientific data. It had not that much funding, so we had to come up with a very simple design. Because it's on a spinning spacecraft, we had to use an exposure called time-delayed integration that worked with the spin instead of trying to snap a shot really fast before it could smear. We designed the lens to be 58 degrees wide. Now, what that wide field of view does for us is that when we're close to Jupiter, we get very high resolution, which is sort of the same as past missions have been. But we have it across this really wide angle. And so we can see not only the details of the clouds, but we can see the context of the storm.
While the data is taken from JunoCam, citizen scientists are the ones processing the information to create the images.
We publish our JunoCam data on the Mission Juno website because we were labeled an outreach experiment. Our invitation was, okay, we gave you our data. Can you just do us the courtesy of posting what you have come up with using the data? And it's been amazing. We have so many people who have contributed over the years. We have 12,000
truly incredible
on our website. It's just
I wouldn't have imagined just how much would have come out from these.
Things with our data that I would never think of, ever. I mean, the color exaggerations, they range from art really to science. You know, it turns out that we actually see detail better when it's in exaggerated color. And so these things that, you know, might seem like works of art are actually quite valuable to study.
The photos have contributed to new discoveries about Jupiter, the largest and oldest planet in our solar system.
Our very, very first flyby of Jupiter, we discovered these cyclones in the polar regions. We found them in the JunoCam images, and nobody knew they were there. It turns out that in the north, there are 8, and they circle around the North Pole. And in the south, there are 5, and they circle around the South Pole.
JunoCam has not only deepened knowledge about the solar system's biggest planet, it has also fostered a
By
community.
giving this to the public, JunoCam has kind of taken on a life of its own.
That's the coolest thing about this. I mean, the images are amazing. But for me, somehow, it's just, I think it's awesome how humanity has come together and done this as a group. All right, last space story. And I don't know how I fell onto this or how it got into my recommendations. Like, I don't know. But the fact is, this movie, or at least this clip, it's from a movie which is made by somebody who I've always thought is pretty funny. One of the guys from Flight of the Conchords. Apparently this is called Gentlemen Broncos. This is a clip from that movie. I have no follow-up to this. I just don't understand. And like, the fact is, I looked at the cast of this movie. There's like a ton of big names in this movie. I need to see it. I need to find it somewhere. I don't know how I missed it. But it just magically appeared in my recommendations while on YouTube earlier. And I was like, oh, this seems like a Sunday Funday video. Let's save that for later. And apparently it was from like, I think like 2009 or 10 or something. It's like an old movie, and somehow I'm not that old, but like it's pretty old. And I've never seen it. Alright, now let's go to the Earth news. It's time. Gotta talk about it. What's happening on Earth? And of course, all around the Earth, people are, of course, getting into the holiday spirit, not just in the United States. Christmas is not canceled. That much is for sure. Let's go here and see Santa runs taking place across the entire world. It feels like Napoleon Dynamite in space. Actually, what's funny about that is that the creator of Napoleon Dynamite was involved in the making of that movie. So either you already knew that and you're tricking us, or that's an incredibly astute observation and comparison to have made. But yeah, we just went from France to Hungary and Budapest. Not a lot to these Santa outfits. Really, it's mostly hat and undergarments, if you will. Pristina, Kosovo. It's a little colder there, I assume. That kid was so cute. Mexico City. Oh my god, it's got to be so hot in those right now. Are you kidding me? How hot is it in Mexico right now? I know it's winter, but... although I guess everybody else is wearing coats too. Huh. What's the temperature in Mexico right now?
Finally,
it's only 51 degrees. I take it back.
We're clever crafters.
That is cold. It is cold. At least for Mexico. I was assuming it would be like 70 or 80 degrees. I was wrong.
Finally, tonight, we take you across the pond where clever crafters are making mailboxes.
Let's go to the UK.
Merry and bright. CBS's Tina Kraus reports from London.
There's a flurry of festivity unfolding across the UK, with close-knit groups of volunteers putting their hands together to deliver holiday cheer. You get a real kick out of this, don't you?
Oh, we do. I mean, we do out of life anyhow. We're very positive people, I think.
They're dressing up Britain's iconic red mailboxes with hundreds of dazzling designs.
And they're absolutely gorgeous.
It's a creative craze catching on in dozens of cities. Colorful toppers weaving threads of cheer into everyday
Oh,
life.
more puns.
Why choose the famous red mailboxes to put these on?
I think it's because they've got a lovely lip to them, so you can attach them to the... It's like a hat, isn't it? It's like
It does look like
They
a
wear
hat.
hundreds of different hats, depending on the occasion.
I just think it's magic for children to come along and look at it.
Always dressed to impress, especially when it's for the royal family.
Because normally you'd be at home knitting crochet, maybe for family, maybe for friends, maybe for a charity. But where would you get a chance to make the king, the queen, a horse?
All right, England, you do you. I would not have expected that one if I wasn't thrust. If that wasn't thrust upon me. But hey, there we go. Now, let's not leave the UK, because we've got a bit of different sort of news here. Keeping it Funday. Something of a Shakespearean development going on in the Grand Theft Auto community? I'm sorry, what?
Would you jump up?
Whoopsies. This is why you don't... Oh my god. That's so far away. Here, I will play this while I try and grab that. Holy fuck. Grand Theft Hamlet.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Look at this.
Look at what?
Look. It's like a massive kind of arena. Thank you for coming. See our performance. It's nice to have an audience, even if it's just one. Right, okay. Oh, look, we got another audience member here. This is Hamlet, William Shakespeare's Hamlet. I believe this is the first time it's ever been performed at the Vinewood Bowl. If I could just request that you refrain from killing each other. Oh, and don't kill the actors either.
Do you think that doing a production of Hamlet inside GCA is achievable?
Short answer is no. I think it's a terrible idea, but I definitely think we should try and do it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Grand Theft Hamlet. BFI London Film Festival Official Selection 2024 in cinemas December 6th. So this is already in cinemas for you all. You can get to watch this, and if you're in England, there's, I think, live premieres happening through the Christmas season. I think it's like on the 20th. There's like live screenings in Brighton and in, I'm trying to remember all the names. There's a bunch of places. Oh god, you look it up. It exists. But actually, there's one more. Channel 4 actually did a story on this as well. So let's see that.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
You're watching scenes from a 90-minute movie about a production of Shakespeare's Hamlet set entirely in a video game.
Fools their way to dusty death.
Lockdown. 2 out-of-work actors with nothing to do and nowhere to be, apart from Los Santos, the fictional current home of Grand Theft Auto, one of the most successful and violent games of all time. The actors were bored and frustrated, but they had an idea.
We are making a documentary about me trying to set up a Shakespeare production.
A real-time production of Hamlet with a real cast and real crew. staged in the unpredictable world of GTA.
If I could just request that you refrain from killing each other. Oh, and don't kill the actors either.
Do you think that doing a production of Hamlet inside GTA is achievable?
No, I think it's a terrible idea, but I definitely think we should try and do it.
Well, Grand Theft Hamlet really happened, and I'm relieved to confirm the actors survived. This is Sam, who plays Hamlet here in the t-shirt. And in his
I see the resemblance.
IRL Sam initiates me in the ways of GTA.
Okay, so you've got this. I think you've got this.
I do think I've got a future in GTA.
Yeah, I think you do.
Having got my head round the controls, I took a deep breath and travelled, virtually, to this car park in Los Santos to interview the rest of the team. Sam had kindly made me my very own avatar, so this is me. Thanks, Sam. Here's Mark, who plays Polonius in the puffer jacket. Tilly, on the bike, plays Ophelia. And Pinny, or rather her avatar, with the fetching skeleton leggings. She's the film's ever-present director. The flesh and blood Pinny somehow marshalled Grand Theft Hamlet from idea to reality.
You can see here that way I'm filming it, right? So that I'm recording my footage, so I'm changing the camera angles, but I am literally recording everything that we're doing.
So we're real people going into a game and creating an avatar of ourselves and then putting on a play within the game, a play that's all about people pretending to be something they aren't, and then in the play, the characters put on a play where characters in the play pretend to be somebody they're not. It makes your head hurt if you think about it.
It all checks out. It makes sense.
The most violent of
No questions.
plays where everyone dies, and GTA. I mean, there's a kind of parallel there.
It truly is.
I think there's a perception of Shakespeare that it's civilized and sophisticated, when in fact they're about very human, often very violent and very immediate things. There's sexual jokes in them, swearing, innuendos, people having their eyeballs ripped out on stage. And at the time, everyone looks down
Shakespeare's
on
pretty
stage
gruesome.
In Shakespeare's time.
As they do gaming, right?
Yeah, exactly. The respectful people in Shakespeare's day wouldn't be seen dead in the theatre. That was for, brain-dead, mind-numbed idiots. And nowadays, I do sort of feel like, certainly in academic and sort of cultural institutions, there's a similar attitude towards gaming.
There is an increasing reassessment of gaming as valuable. Meaningful things happen in game.
The same as anything that's online. If you go on the internet, you're going to find people being horrible, but you're going to find people reaching out to each other and supporting each other and being quite lovely too.
On a personal level then, there's a very poignant part of the film where you are really at a low point. Why were you not having that conversation in real life?
We were in lockdown. When I saw the final cut of the film and I saw that scene and was like, oh wow, yeah, I was pretty depressed back then. There were moments where we spoke in slightly vulnerable ways about what we were doing and what our lives were like.
Loads of people jumped on into games to try and be with people. And so, the fact that you gave that vulnerability was actually really healing for a lot of people watching it. And I know that was hard for you to do, but I thank you for that.
I think it's the only piece of art I've seen that, in my mind, is kind of about COVID and about that time that feels like, yeah, that is what it was like.
What did you hope to achieve with this?
Good question.
Yeah.
We did have a few sort of quite strange moments where we just suddenly thought, this is like a reality within a reality within a reality. This is too many layers.
Or as the kids would say, mind blown.
There is actually a mind blown emoji.
There is actually. I'll see if I can find it.
Hang on.
Mind blown.
Perfect timing.
Guys, thank you so much. It's been really, really lovely.
Well, there you go. I'm going to get you a Discord link. I just noticed I forgot that Nightbot's not working, so I can't even link people to the Discord, which is the only way to find the Discord, by watching the stream. We don't have public right now. At some point I may. I don't know. I feel like it's easier to run a private Discord to some degree. But let me grab an invite link real quick for you. Yeah, here. Copy that. That should work. Okay. I hope you enjoyed that sort of theatrical story, which we were just talking about there, and it's sort of unorthodox Shakespearean drama. Alright, now let's go on to more serious news. We've only got one or two stories outside of the Middle East left to do here on my list. Let's start in Brazil here. Let's go to see how Lula is doing. We've been talking about it for days now. He was in the hospital. People were concerned about his health, including us.
Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva hugged members of his medical team on Sunday as he was discharged from the hospital after a pair of emergency surgeries. The 79-year-old underwent 2 procedures to treat and prevent bleeding in his head. Speaking publicly for the first time since the surgeries, he said he was eager to get back to work as soon as possible. I'm going home now, calm and sure that I'm
He looks pretty good.
and that I just need to take care of myself, he said.
Yeah, makes sense.
To 120 years old. His medical team said Lula
I can live to 120.
but he is to avoid long-haul flights and exercise in the short term.
Okay,
His
gotta take it
health woes have
easy.
been linked to a fall at his home in late October. Lula's latest health scare has provoked doubts among political analysts. Some argue that secession plans within Lula's Workers' Party would be cast into disarray if he could not run again in 2026.
Well, there we go. Lula out of the hospital, doing good. Staying in the race. Living to 120, apparently. Alright, now let's go to the Middle East. But first, let's talk about something related to the Middle East that happened back in the United States, in California, where apparently a license plate caused a scandal locally.
We have an update right now to a story that we brought you earlier today on a license plate controversy. A family member just told us that it was all a misunderstanding. The plate, which reads LOLOCT7, was not meant to be offensive. It was actually a nod to the...
Oh no, that's terrible. I mean, I like... Oh god, bad. You know, you want to get a vanity plate. You're like, you know, I want to celebrate this thing, and then stuff happens.
LOLOCT7 was not meant to be offensive. It was actually a nod to the Cybertruck owner's 7 grandchildren. LOLO stands for Lolo, which means grandfather in Tagalog, the language used by this Filipino family. But
right.
It gained traction after a post went viral saying LOL October 7th was used to mock the attacks. It's led to an apology from the DMV saying they were taking action to recall the plate and strengthen its oversight system. Now, the family told us tonight they have empathy for anyone who has experienced hatred, and they will be exchanging these plates on Monday.
There you go. When I saw that story, I was like, dude, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Who did it? And then when it actually, the real reason for why it was there, I was like, oh my god, what an unfortunate, what an unfortunate misunderstanding. You know, you just want to celebrate your many grandkids. You know, you almost got a dozen grandkids, and you just want to tell the world how proud you are, and then and then October 7th happens. Oh boy. Well, no, it was not, but unfortunately it did make its way through social media, and for quite a while people thought it was intentionally being satirical of October 7th. Anyway, let's go on to what's been happening in Gaza, where in recent Israeli strikes, almost 1/4 of the people, almost 1/4 of the number of people that died on October 7th have died in Gaza. I gotta find a different tone. That's not the right tone for this.
A heartbroken father is forced to say goodbye to his wife and little girl after a deadly blitz attack of Israeli airstrikes hit homes and encampments across Gaza's governorate.
I'm sorry. I meant the number of people taken. I screwed up. There was 200 people. I don't know, my brain. There's too many numbers of tragedies, honestly. That's one thing that's came to my mind recently while trying to remember the number of deaths in some place. I can't remember what I was even talking about at the time. But it came to me that I, in my brain, was logging tragedies around the world. And like, if I had a map, I could like start sticking pins in it and like every day. I mean, like, this is how many people died here. This is how many people died here. This is how many people died here. And they do start blending together the numbers and all these other sorts of things. The hostages, people killed, people injured, people missing, and all these things. It's the worst statistics.
After a deadly blitz attack of Israeli airstrikes hit homes and encampments across Gaza's governorate.
A large number of martyrs are still under the rubble in a 3-story house belonging to the Al-Arouki family in the Abu Iskandar area. Civil defense crews are still working to retrieve the martyrs from under the rubble, but the crews are unable to do so due to the lack of capabilities available to the civil defense and medical crews.
In Deir al-Balah, those who sought refuge in tents were left with nothing after the latest attack destroyed what little they had. Israeli forces
Israel's just going
continue to lay
from
siege.
one refugee camp to the next and bombing it. 2 days ago, it was 2 or 3 days ago, it was Nusrat. Now it's Deir al-Balah. They just keep going from one to the next.
The area, as the humanitarian situation gets worse with each passing day.
I hope for calm today, even before tomorrow, God willing. We've been in this torment for a year and 3 months. We lose someone every day, whether it's a relative, a brother, or a cousin. Until when? I still can't believe I got out. I wasn't meters away, just 1 centimeter away from the strike. The red light and the tent fell on me. What we were covered with is torn apart.
On Sunday, Al-Oda Hospital announced that an Al Jazeera cameraman was among those killed in an Israeli attack in the Nusrat refugee camp. He is the 3rd journalist to be killed in the Gaza Strip since yesterday, marking the grim total of 196 journalists killed since the beginning of this war. Danielle Neri, TRT World.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, we just have to keep looking at these things, you know, regardless of how difficult it may be. I mean, there's another 60 Palestinians killed in the last 24 hours in a refugee camp. I mean, it's basically, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. The people have nowhere to go. They have no resources. They're starving and are stuck in tents all crammed next to each other, or in decrepit, falling apart buildings. And it is just, it's just insane that it's still going on. I keep thinking it's going to end. I keep thinking there's going to be a ceasefire. We keep getting told. That's part of the reason why I keep thinking there's going to be a ceasefire, is we keep getting told there's going to be a ceasefire. So it's not just my sort of naive optimism. Okay, now we got to talk about Syria, because things are developing in Syria. We've been hearing all sorts of different narratives going around, but mostly the biggest narrative coming from the mainstream media has been how exciting it is that the Bashar al-Assad regime has fell specifically for the Syrian people, people who have been repressed for many, many, many years, decades. Technically, the Ba'ath Party took power, seized power, I think it was 1970, but came to power 20 years before. And the fact is, like, many of these things are true, right? And the government has been incredibly repressive. And, you know, the fact is we keep hearing all this stuff about a democracy in Syria, multicultural, multifaceted democracy for the Syrian people, right? A future of a better government and all of this stuff. Meanwhile, our government, that being the United States government, is completely silent on what Israel has been doing. And we've been talking about this over and over again about what they've been doing. It's not just the military strikes that they've been taking on military targets. We also looked at how they struck the Ministry of Interior, a completely citizen organization inside the government, and how they crossed the established buffer zone into the Golan Heights. Well, they are now moving from the Golan Heights into southern Syria, on the ground, taking villages, seizing territory in Syria. This is from 9 hours ago. Forbes breaking news. IDF occupies 3 additional villages in southern Syria after invasion into Golan Heights. Oh, wait. Yeah, we'll do that one first. That's fine. You can see tank tracks there, right? Obviously you can see all the fucking destruction, but you can also see the tank tracks that are, like, eating up the ground. I'm pretty sure that's what those are. If we just go back. This right here looks like a tank track to me, or something like that. You're gonna pass out from lack of disengagement. What does that even mean? Well, that appears to be an Israeli military vehicle. This is super counterintuitive to what the US has been saying about a multilateral transition in Syria. That didn't... when I heard multilateral transition, I didn't hear occupation of Syria. But that's literally what's happening now. You know, they've moved beyond the Golan Heights, including the Syrian part of the Golan Heights. I don't know, just, you know, unilaterally annexing new parts of Syria, essentially, by occupying them. I mean, it's not a formal annexation, but not sure what else to really call what I'm looking at right now. Let's go to this. Israel plans to double its settlers in territory claimed by Syria. That being the Golan Heights.
Israeli forces on Sunday patrolled inside a recently seized demilitarized zone along the border with Syria, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced plans to double the number of Israelis living in the part of the Golan Heights Israel captured from Syria in a 1967 war. Netanyahu's office said the government unanimously approved a more than $11 million plan to encourage demographic growth in the Golan. It said Netanyahu submitted the plan to the government, quote, in light of the war and the new front facing Syria, and out of a desire to double the population in the Golan. Israel sent its troops into a long-standing buffer zone earlier this month as Syrian rebels ousted the long-reigning President Bashar al-Assad. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan have condemned the incursion. Israeli leaders said it was a temporary security measure in light of the instability in Syria. Amid the tumult in Syria, Israeli airstrikes targeted hundreds of military sites across the country. Syria's de facto leader Ahmed al-Shara said on Saturday that Israel was using false pretexts to justify its attacks on Syria. He also said he was not interested in engaging in new conflicts as his country focuses on rebuilding. Shara, better known as Abu Muhammad al-Golani, leads the Islamist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, the group that swept Assad from power last Sunday, ending the family's 5-decade iron-fisted rule. Israel annexed captured parts of the Golan Heights in 1981. Syria has long rejected Israeli claims to the territory, but past efforts to reach a peace treaty failed. In 2019, then-President Donald Trump declared U.S. support for Israeli sovereignty over the Golan, but the annexation has not been recognized by most countries.
Yep.
Illegal.
All right, now let's go here to the Associated Press. This is from 16 hours ago. 1 week into a new Syria, rebels aim for normalcy, and Syrians enjoy a newfound sense of freedom.
The Israeli Knesset has approved plans to increase the number of settlers in the Golan Heights territory.
Wait, what just happened? Oh, this is the same. We don't need to watch this, actually. This is just from Euronews. I forgot to take this out. Today is the first day of teaching a week after toppling the regime. Today we are free in Syria. Syria is always seeking the good. Syria is trying to build up this country with these children who came, even though I think some of them are afraid. They came to build up Syria and to live the victories of this country. God willing, more development, more security, and more constructions will come. A week later, we are back in the university. The situation is more peaceful, with better attendance. And the professors are encouraging us more. Well, there you go. People trying to go back to living their life, including first Sunday Mass for Christians here.
لا تسترخي يداك إن في وسطك الرب إلهك الجبار فهو يخلص ويسير بك فرحا.
Oh my god, the the microphone, I need like a filter on that thing. That was killing me. Alright, well, that's it for Syria. And we are actually on our second to last video. Oh god, how is it already over, everyone? It's so early. Only gone 4 hours, because I was expecting another hour and a half of content from watching that documentary. I figured I would be, or at least like, I don't know. I figured we watched like at least like 30 or 45 minutes of that, and then what else did I not do that I was going to do? I don't know. Either way, it fucked me up. Let's go to South Korea real quick before we go to our last video and talk once again about what's gonna happen in South Korea next. Now that the South Korean parliament, I guess, was that what it's called? Can't remember. Whatever it's called. Where they finally... Oh, wait. Wait. Why is this here? Oh, I added this in afterwards. I forgot. Oh, sorry. So sorry. Hold on, chat. We have to go to this story because I threw this in here after the fact. While we were doing this, because this came out. Oh my god, I totally forgot to refresh this. We have multiple stories left now. Oh my god, I just lied to everyone in chat just now. You just got bonus content just now that you didn't have to do anything for. It just happened magically. It's not good content. It is content, though. Let's go. And look at this. Associated Press story that came out 4 hours ago. This was like, I don't know, whatever, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Where Benjamin Netanyahu had a statement on Syria. Interesting. Let's see what he had to say. We have no interest in confronting Syria. What?
Could you jump up?
I don't want reality.
What is this? What? Is this a joke? Is this some kind of a sick joke? What do words mean anyways? Interest. Confrontation. Syria. What does it all mean? It's fluid. There's no way to be clear on what it means. We will determine Israel's policy towards Syria according to the emerging reality on the ground. The emerging reality.
I don't want reality. It's science.
I remind you that for decades, Syria was an active enemy state to Israel. It attacked us again and again. It allowed others to attack us from its territory. Well, now we're going back before October 7th all of a sudden. What's happening? I thought... What? You can't do that. There was peace. Now you want to talk about the attacks before the peace? This is insane. It allowed others to attack us from its territory. It allowed Iran to arm Hezbollah. It's all Syria's fault. That makes sense. That makes sense. However, I would like to both clarify and warn, we are committed to preventing the rearming of Hezbollah as well. This guy is a psycho. This is a continuous test of Israel. We must withstand it. And we will withstand it. I discussed all of this again last night with my friend, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump. It was very friendly, very warm.
Immediately
In a very important conversation, we talked about the need to complete Israel's victory. And we also talked at length about the efforts we are making to free the hostages. What efforts? What does this guy talk? Biggest gaslighting ever. I don't think anything, aside from him having a great conversation with Donald Trump that he just said in there was true. I think that might have been the only fact in that entire statement. Everything else was a fucking lie. How can you claim to... How can you claim to not be interested in a conflict with Syria while simultaneously bombing it and seizing territory? What if somebody did that in any other country? Just imagine it in whatever country you happen to be in. If somebody started bombing a part of your country and started taking territory, bombing military bases, stuff like that, Navy installations, weapons depots, Ministry of Interior. Would that be, do you think that your country, the one that you're in right now, would deem that to be, aggressive? Or a conflict? For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Alright, now let's go to South Korea. But we do have more than I thought to get through here. So let's talk about this real quick. In order to hold accountable those responsible for this absurd situation and prevent its reoccurrence, it is essential to thoroughly investigate and pursue investigative agencies. God damn it. Investigative agencies, such as the Joint Task Force, must conduct a swift and rigorous investigation to uncover the truth. A rapid start to a special prosecutor's investigation is necessary for the clarification of the facts. Relevant agencies and participants involved in the rebellion must fully cooperate with the investigation. Do not forget the entire nation is watching. I say there's a 50-50 chance of Yoon being removed from office. It will depend on the evidence. If there is no further evidence beyond what President Yoon has been saying, in other words, if there is no evidence that proves that the Chief of Army Special Warfare Command had said there won't be any way to recognize the charge of rebellion. In that case, the charge of rebellion won't be recognized in court, which can also lead to the conclusion that the impeachment cannot be recognized. Interesting. So right now they're claiming that they need to be able to at least prove rebellion, as supposedly rebellion, the word rebellion was used in the impeachment process and the vote itself. And so that, I think he's a scholar, judicial scholar, Korean judicial scholar, saying that the Constitutional Court, which we talked about yesterday, which will need to decide now that the Congress has voted in South Korea on his impeachment as to whether this impeachment will stand legally or not, and will be really the deciding factor in whether or not he's removed from office. So I don't know how long that investigation is going to take into these allegations around this impeachment, but we will see what happens. But for now, I mean, people in South Korea are pretty stoked on the impeachment. They were protesting for days and days out in the streets ever since that martial law was declared. Speaking of the military, got a couple of different clips here from over the last few days showing different things and events around military stuff in Asia. First, let's go to Taiwan. AP Archive. 55 minutes ago, military jets take off from Taiwan Air Base after Chinese forces seen near island. So as you can see, everybody's staying real chill. Everything's totally fine in Asia. Going fine. And because everything's going fine, Secretary Lloyd Austin went to Camp Asuka and his recent trip to Japan to remind everybody everything's fine. We got this. Everything's good. Or is it Osaka? I don't, whatever. Need my glasses. That's an A.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. It truly is impressive, and these are the types of things that will guarantee success for us if we ever get challenged on a battlefield. I am confident that we have the right capabilities, the right platforms, the right munitions, the right processes, but most important, we have the right people. You know, this is all about people. It's not about the platforms necessarily alone. It's about the people who are committed to doing, going above and beyond the call of duty. Well, I challenge you to continue to do the great work that you're doing and learn from what you're doing.
Might be confused by military soldiers in Japan, but of course there have been military bases in Japan ever since World War II. The U.S. has never left. Which, if I'm not mistaken, I just realized one of these is Australian. An Australian flag over here. Look at that, multilateral defense. All right, let's keep it defensive, everybody. Let's keep it defensive. Let's not get aggressive. Although hard to get them to listen. And there's been so much tensions right now in East Asia, and in the Middle East, and in just everywhere seemingly. Just the violence seems to be spreading further and further out. Not saying they're all connected, but in a way they are. It's one planet. All right, let's whoopsies. Yeah, alright, now let's go to our last story of the night. And this is I don't know if you've seen this channel before. This is a YouTube journalistic outlet called Very Important People. It's really an offshoot of Dropout, aka, or at least formerly known as College Humor, run by one Vic Michaelis, pronouns they, them, who interviews very, very important people. And during some of these very important interviews with very important people, Vic has been asking them all sorts of very important questions. And one question in particular is, which I think many of us are trying to get to the bottom of, what is the meaning of life?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Last but not least, what I ask each and every one of my guests. Oh, that's me. What is the meaning of life?
That's a good question. And it's something that I think about a lot. And I've always thought to myself, the meaning of life for me, what is it? Success? Is it love? Is it friendship? Is it pygmy monkeys? And I never have quite figured it out. And I think that is the meaning of life, is that you allow yourself to be who you really are, and you don't put pressure on yourself to always be doing things right, but you just do them. And I really think strongly that, everything works out the way it is, and I think the meaning of life is to just be embracing it.
That's really
It's beautiful.
Insightful and beautiful.
Thank you.
What do you think the meaning of life is? What do you think the meaning of you being on this show is? Because I can't seem to figure it out. Do you know? Does anyone know?
We need diverse voices.
Like, relax. The bar is in hell, okay? So first off, before you get real rude to me, remember that you don't know what I could do. Yeah, I could have zapped you. That could have been electricity.
You could have, but you didn't.
Yeah, but
What is this? Does this actually do anything?
You don't even know because at any moment that could be real electricity. You don't even know.
Zap me.
I won't.
I'm asking.
Hear me out. Because I know what's illegal, like putting cameras in houses that shouldn't have cameras.
Illegal. What is the meaning of life?
The meaning of life is our connections, who we speak to, who we have around us, and what legacy we leave behind with those that we exist on this plane with.
Wow.
It's about helping each other. It's about doing what we can so that in another life, the effects felt by our existence is little and or helpful. So things like recycling, mutual aid, letting someone live in your guest house without rent, being an asshole about it.
This close.
Find out.
So close.
And not putting like weird fucking little cameras and shit like that. That's the meaning of life.
It was beautiful. And then
Yeah. Well, I mean, can't be perfect.
what is the meaning of life? Family. Right? What is the meaning of life?
To find her.
She must be found.
We will find her.
And that's beautiful. And find your thing, I guess, is
To be reunited.
to be reunited with those you love.
We will be so
You recognize that alien voice? How would you know an alien? That's weird. That's a. Do you know a lot of aliens? Hey, are you saying you have alien friends? That's pretty incredible. Huh.
To find her.
She must be found.
We will find her.
And that's beautiful. And find your thing.
But
I
no,
guess, is,
the alien is actually Lou Wilson of College Humor / Dropout.
Reunited.
to be reunited with those you love.
We will be so excited.
We'll get played with. Our hair will be combed.
Really incredible. Well, she cultivated two pretty spectacular dolls, is what I will say. Ask you this next question, all right? What is the meaning of life?
I think the meaning of life, Vic, is...
I'm sorry, I just love the way you say my name.
Oh,
Vic. It's the Wilson at College Humor.
Yeah, Dr. Mill.
And actually, wait, I just realized...
Sorry, I lost my train of
I just realized, no, actually, I just took that back. I take that back. It's not Lou Wilson. That's if you Iwadaway of Dropout. Why did I'm an idiot.
Meaning of life.
I think the meaning of life, Vic, is...
I'm sorry, I just love the way you say my name.
Oh, Vic.
Yeah.
Vic.
Yeah, Dr. Mill.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, sort of
What is the meaning of life?
thinking about you.
Do you say you're thinking about me?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back to my seat. I just, what was I saying? Meaning of life.
Oh, right. What's the meaning of life to you, Vic?
You don't want to know what I think about that.
I would love nothing more.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well,
I would too. I'd also like you.
Okay, thank you. I guess if I don't know, if I had to say, it'd be finding people to live a shared experience with. Would be the meaning of life. Maybe that's naive and silly and...
No, not at all. That's very
Not
normal.
What is the meaning of life?
You know, I caught myself. Thank you, Christopher. I realized what I was off. I don't know why.
That's the question, you know?
I got them mixed up just now.
Question. Sure. Is life about money? Is life about power? Is life about finding $100,000 in the ground? Is life about the people you meet along the way? Is life about the journey? Is life about becoming who you were meant to become? But me, that's kind of like, if I'm being vulnerable, if I'm being honest with you, like, sure. That's what life is about.
Yeah, right.
What is life about to you, though, baby?
What is life about to me?
What is life about to you? When are you going to get your head out of your ass?
So we should all contribute.
Listen, I have heard so many people answer this question, and at the end of the day, I think the purpose of life is finding what the purpose of life is to you. People
Would you
in top of me.
Would you like to have full control over the set?
What I'd like to, I'm sure it'd be nice. People sort of respected me when I came in, right?
Yeah, of
Sometimes
course.
I come in and I'm like, I'm so small
Yes.
compared to everyone else. Not physically, obviously, I'm quite tall,
so
but
frustrating, isn't it?
it's like I came in and our director tomorrow was like, hey, how was your night? Right? And I'm like, you know, my night was fine. I got a lot going on.
It's unnecessary.
It's a power play more than anything, it feels like, right? So yeah, would I like a little bit more control? Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Oh, what are you doing this weekend? What do you want to know about my weekend?
Why do you need to know about
Why do you need to know about my
That's
weekend?
my time.
I'm doing my things on my weekend and you don't need to worry about it.
So we do have one more question for you.
Okay, yes, please.
What is the meaning of life?
Well, I would say right now there is none.
But soon?
But soon. Soon.
Soon, what will the meaning of life be?
Oh, well, you'll just leave that up to me, won't you? Well, ask me in a couple months.
Last but certainly not least, what is the meaning of life?
To feel.
To feel.
Everything. And nothing.
Okay. What is the meaning of life?
I love how it just cuts right there. Oh, it's so good.
To be alive. Succinct, sweet, to the point. What
Profound.
is the meaning of life?
Revenge.
What is the meaning of life?
Want to make connection with every soul that I possibly can. I am walking in my purpose every day, and I am so thankful that I have this dark cloud cast upon me.
Just because you hover over the abyss doesn't mean you can't have an attitude of gratitude.
I love that.
It's a great point.
Okay, so it feels kind of like maybe silly to ask you this, because nobody's going to see this, but I do ask people this often. What is the meaning of life?
Just rocks?
Do you want the rest?
Oh, wow.
You put rocks in the bag. You carry it as long as you can. And then you find somewhere you love and you put the rocks down. Something.
What is the one true meaning of life?
Gift.
For me?
It's the meaning of life. And I think you'll find that it resonates with all of us.
Come on, everybody. Give me a little clap. That's what that says.
What does it say?
It says, come on, everybody, give me a little clap.
I'm just wondering if everybody heard what that says.
It says, come on.
Come on, everybody.
Come
Give me a little clap.
Everybody give me a little clap. Come on, everybody give me a little clap. Come on, everybody give me a little clap. Come on, everybody give me a little clap. Come on,
Everybody give me a little bit of clap. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Clap. Oh, yeah. Clapping. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Come on.
Everybody, that is our show. I've been Vic Michaelis, reminding you to be true to yourself, unless you'd rather be somebody else. Good night.
It's a good point. It's a good point. There is that option. But you know what? We have a bonus video. What's that? A bonus video? That's right. Wait, don't do that. Don't do that. Excuse me. Please hold. I'm being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Last but not least, what I ask each and every one of my guests. Oh,
Please hold.
that's me. What?
Please hold. God damn you. Please hold. For the love of God. $40 likes. That's a lot of likes. We only have one video left. I feel like we should save. We should save, right? Come on. Get the free character. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to all of you. But the fact is we only have one video left, and seeing as that's the case, we could, you know, we could get that for next time, and you would have that. For having done nothing. Next time. Up to you. Alright, now since we earlier... I just figured it would be fun. Because, you know... Talked about...
Vic, welcome to the world of Sam Says.
Some stuff earlier.
You, Sam says, do something cringe.
No, it's fine. Can I have $1?
What do you need $1 for, Vic?
I don't have any cash on me right
Hey, what's up? Vic, I'm so sorry, but my wallet's upstairs. I mean, it's
Camera, can you go grab your wallet really quick?
Vic, do you need money?
No. Sam, can you please have a dollar?
Vic, I'm literally blushing and cringing. I'm going to send you back to your podium.
Does Sam say I can go back to my podium?
Yes, Sam says you can go back to your podium.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Vic is a funny person. Also a black belt in karate. So I wouldn't start a fight with that there individual. You might get yourself, I don't know, chopped in the face. Alright, what was I doing? Oh, that's right. Ending the goddamn stream. So sorry, everybody. So sorry. Okay. Well, we got through another one. Hope you all enjoyed this Sunday Funday. Thankfully, we had each other for added fun. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. So till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Abak, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, D Cipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moen Noab, Nadia, Jogi, Miss Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. What? Where is it? Oh, I see some ones. I do see ones, actually. And it looks like some people started doing ones before I even typed it. Preemptive ones. Okay. What the fuck happened to this file? Oh my god, I lost the Galactic Benefactor? That's not possible. Hold on. I know it's on one of these drives now. I don't know if this is going to be the updated one. Oh my god. Wow. Why does this happen to me? Let's hope this one's the right one. I have no idea. But we cannot forget another group of Patreon members who have gone above and beyond. PB. PB is in chat right now. You can say thanks right now. Literally. Nadia, not here, but often here to give us important factoids. Moa Noab, of course, one of our fantastic lady mods. Often taking care of all the problems in chat. Selena. Haven't seen Selena in a while, but still a contributing member of Patreon community. Talent James X. Great guitarist and a great chatter. Omega Star. A beautiful person. A beautiful mind. MIDI. A man of both words and music. And modding. 3 M's. Mrs. Jen. The lovely Mrs. Jen. Unfortunately not here. Bedtime is before now. But is often in chat with her lovely thoughts. Disco Wolf. A Timberwolves fan, but we won't hold that against him. Techno Abak. Name says it all. Narwhal by nature. A aquatic individual who's always here for us and for the galactic community. Much appreciated to all these galactic benefactors who have gone that extra step to ensuring the continuation of the Galactic News Network and this content, which you're enjoying right now. Alright, chat. Actually, I'm gonna give you different music. I'm not gonna give you the opening music. I will switch us to the after stream though here.